from our annual Freedom of Information Day here, which is typically on March 16th, James Madison's birthday. We think it's a good time to call attention to freedom of information issues. And also, it anchors, in some ways, the Sunshine Week, which is sponsored by the American Society of News Editors and other groups, just looking for freedom of information and generally information that the public needs on an annual basis. So we're very pleased to have this sort of mid-year moment to take a look at an issue that came out of, really, FOI Day 2012 in terms of a subject for another meeting. And that was to look at the growing inability to find those who can interpret data, even as the data that we seek often overwhelms us, coming at us from new electronic sources. Again, we hope that you will return to us for other programs and for FOI Day in 2013. I believe it's on Friday, March 15th this year, since Mr. Madison's birthday falls on the weekend. It's asking even those committed to FOI a lot to come in on a Saturday. So one of the hallmarks of that day and of this one is that, like the Newseum, like the First Amendment Center, we think these sessions are unique in that they are nonpartisan discussions in which all viewpoints are welcome and heard. One of the, I think, essential principles of the First Amendment is the marketplace of ideas, and this idea that if we talk to each other in a civil fashion, we will arrive at the right solutions. And that was, I think, fundamental for our founders, and it's fundamental for our purpose in this building. And really, to give you the full welcome to this place and to our foundation, let me introduce Jim Duff, the President and CEO of the Freedom Forum and the Newseum.
Well, thank you very much, Gene, and thank you all for being here. This is a perfect fit for our mission, and we hope it's a perfect venue for yours, of the Union of Concerned Scientists. And as Gene mentioned, our mission really is fostering understanding and championing the First Amendment rights of all individuals, and we firmly believe here that as part of our mission, it's very important to have an informed citizenry so that we can protect our liberties and our First Amendment rights. Thomas Jefferson spoke at length about that as he helped draft our documents that created our form of government, and we believe it's our mission to help perpetuate an understanding, and your organization certainly is very involved in just those sorts of activities. So we're very glad you're here at the Knight Conference Center here in the Newseum. I must confess that when I read your agenda, that I thought I might have had something to do with the founding of your organization. 39 years ago, I had a summer job in a coal-fired power facility in my hometown, and I was backing a train car of coal over a shaker to put it into the facility to burn it and create the coal ash that is of concern to you. And I backed the train car of coal off of the tracks and almost blew up the city. So fortunately nothing really happened, but I did think that perhaps the Union of Concerned Scientists was formed shortly thereafter. But I am glad to report that there was no harm, no foul in that incident. But I do remember being very concerned, even in those years, and it might even have been pre-OSHA. I can't recall exactly when OSHA was enacted, but my concerns about the coal ash that was being generated in facilities like that. And I do know that I was careful trying not to breathe. I didn't last very long on that summer job, as you might guess, but it was of concern then, and it is certainly of concern now. And we're very glad that you're here to discuss issues like that in a serious fashion, and I want to welcome all of you for being here. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone, and of course, as soon as I step up here, the iPad blinks out. And thank you for joining us today, and thank you, Jim, for your welcome, and to make amends for backing the train car off the tracks. You certainly can join the Union of Concerned Scientists as a member. We would welcome you. I'm Andrew Rosenberg. I'm the director of the Union of Concerned Scientists Center for Science and Democracy. That's a new center, and I am new to the union. I've been on the job since the 1st of August. So this is an exciting opportunity for me to introduce the center to you and to, of course, for our first major event. I'm a marine scientist by training. I worked in academia, the private sector, nonprofit sector, and in government. I was with NOAA for 10 years as a scientist, and then as in a policy position as a regulator, first in the Northeast and then as Deputy Director of the National Marine Fisheries Service. And so I know firsthand the role of independent science in policy making at local, state, and federal levels, and in fact, of course, internationally. And I really believe strongly in the importance of engaging scientists in the democratic process. The UCS Center for Science and Democracy, as our name says, focuses on advancing the role of science in America's democracy and in democratic dialogue. So today, I'm delighted to open our first Lewis M. Branscombe Forum. Dr. Branscombe, who I had the opportunity to talk with last week, is an eminent physicist. He was the head of NIST. He worked at IBM for many years. He's an intellectual leader, and he is endowing these forums because he believes that, quote, progress in both science and democracy depends on transparency, accountability, and trust. And we believe, actually, that's a good framing for the Center for Science and Democracy at UCS. Well, this morning's symposium begins what we hope will be an engaging, ongoing, and productive discussion on the role of science in our democracy. We do want this to be a sustained effort to really focus on how we can move forward in advancing the role of science in democratic dialogue. Since joining UCS, I've had the opportunity to see many more cartoons than I thought I would, because UCS seems to be very good at having cartoons about scientists. My favorite at the moment is the one in the lobby of people sitting in an audience and a woman turning to her partner and saying, "Can't you stop being a concerned scientist for just 1 minute?" And I think the answer is no. You really can't stop, because it's just too critical time in our democracy, too critical a point for us to back away from this challenge. Since the earliest days of the Republic, science has been an inseparable part of American democracy. Thomas Jefferson, like many of the founding fathers, recognized that, quote, liberty is the great parent of science and of virtue, and a nation will be great in both, always in proportion as it is free, end quote. And as we all know, these days, freedom of information is no longer something we can take for granted. As President George H.W. Bush said, science, like any field of endeavor, relies on freedom of inquiry, now more than ever on issues ranging from climate change to AIDS research to genetic engineering to food additives. Government relies on the impartial perspective of science for guidance. And that's the end of the quote, but I would add, and so do citizens. So do people at all levels, so does the media, to really understand what we need to do as a society. So this morning, our speakers and panelists will explore the importance of access to governmental scientific information, policymakers, citizens, and the media. Journalists and nonprofit advocates will discuss the barriers they face in getting access to this information, and our agency heads will describe some of the approaches they are taking to deliver crucial information to the public. Our first speaker knows well the importance of independent scientific information for our democracy. The Honorable John Edward Porter, now Chair of Research America, represented his home district in Illinois in the U.S. House of Representatives for 21 years. During his entire career, Congressman Porter has consistently and tirelessly advocated for scientific research and policy-relevant science. He protected the National Institutes of Health from budget cuts and laid the groundwork for doubling NIH research funding. He also tried to help his House colleagues understand the work of scientists, arranging day trips to NIH so they could meet with scientists in person, talk to them, and observe their research and progress, and understand we don't all have propellers on our head and our heads in books. Today, his advocacy continues as chairman of Research America, which is the nation's largest nonprofit organization committed to making research to improve health a higher national priority. He describes Research America as, quote, the only organization devoted to purely advocating for science, something the group does every day, both in the halls of Congress and around the country. Good morning and welcome, Congressman Porter. Not me, so perhaps have a seat. I guess they didn't do that. Thank you. Is this on? Can somebody tell me if the sound is clear?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Well, I know we have the empty chairs here, so if anyone would like to do a Clint Eastwood impression, please go ahead. So our symposium today is looking at the problem of access to federal scientific research, something that's become more and more challenging for citizens, policymakers, and the media. But before we begin that examination, I want to step back and give you an opportunity, Congressman, to discuss some of the factors that have led to this state of affairs. I mean, you've observed that Americans, including elected officials, have a fundamental misunderstanding of science in many cases and the work of scientists. And you've said, quote, there's a tremendous gulf between what people in America understand about science and science itself. And I wonder if you could talk to us a little bit about what's caused that gulf and how does it affect the role of science in democracy?
Well, Andy, first let me congratulate you on your
Thank you.
ascending to be the director of the new Center for Science and Democracy. I think it's a very exciting assignment, and I obviously wish you well. Secondly, let me add in respect to your introduction, and thank you for it, that I am a moderate Republican. I should be in a museum.
You are, sir. Yeah.
Oh, good. Secondly, let me find out how many of you are scientists. Okay, the rest of you I won't insult. I'll just insult the scientists. The gulf of mutual incomprehension was first described in a lecture by C.P. Snow over 50 years ago. He thought there was a huge gulf 50 years ago. What do you think that gulf is today? It is enormous, and it's enormous for a lot of reasons, but one of which is that you scientists have not shared your science with the American people. You've not allowed our children to be educated in science. We have a lot of schools in America that have science teachers that aren't even qualified to teach science. They aren't interested in science. They never hear from scientists. Scientists are too busy in their research to reach out to the community and explain what they do and inspire them. People like me, we can't do that. You have to do it. You have to get out and engage. And scientists are wonderful at talking to each other at conferences. They do it all the time. They never talk to the public. And the public is woefully ignorant of science in this country. And that is the reason, there's other reasons too, that a lot of people simply don't even believe in science or believe that it is important to the future of this country. And I think it is the most important thing. If we don't have innovation, technology, science, and research, where does America go? And this is where we lead the world right now. We have benefited for years from an influx of intellect from around the world. And that has led us to a state of complacency about the future of science, except that there is a problem now. And that problem is that a lot of those young people who come here to get educated are going to go back home because China is building 10 NIHs over the next 10 years, for example. And we have competition not only from China, but from India, increasingly even from Europe, that we have to meet. And how are we going to meet it when we don't have homegrown scientists? If you look at the halls of Congress, about 4% of the House and Senate have any scientific background. They are ignorant of science. They don't understand how it works. A lot of them think that you put money in one end and discovery comes out the other. Seriously. Seriously. When I first got to Congress, people couldn't even name what NIH stood for. And then the assistant Republican leader in the House said, what do we need NIH for? That research is done in our universities all over the country. Didn't have any concept of it. So scientists have a job to do, and it's not being done. There's so many ways that you could impact this process as citizens that you ignore. And we'll talk more about those ways, but Andy has more questions, so
I do.
let him go on.
But I thank you for that. I mean, I think an illustration of it is, you know, as a scientist, we could argue for hours about whether it's a gulf or an ocean between scientists and the public. But fundamentally, I guess we need to understand how that communication or lack of communication impacts the public policy process. So what happens in Congress or in a state legislature when policymakers lack that understanding of how science works or what the science information says? I mean, what do you think actually, what's the practical effect as a member of Congress that you see amongst your colleagues when they don't understand the science?
We're beginning to see things like amendments being offered that say we shouldn't do that research at NIH because it contains a reference to sex, without ever understanding the connection between what's being studied and human health. We had an amendment like that in about 2004 on the House floor. That's the last time I think the bill went to the House floor. And no, I get scratchy. You'll have to put up with it. And that there was an amendment to take out 3 NIH research projects because they referred to sex. That amendment lost by 1 vote, 210 to 211. Lost by 1 vote. It shows you how ignorant people are. I went over and said, let's see, it was Harold Varmus, I think, then, or it might have been, it might have been Elias. I went over and said, you've got to tell your scientists when they put their abstract together, they connect what they're studying to human health. Because what happens is these organizations go through these abstracts and find ones that they think are frivolous. And then they bring them up and feed them to the members, and the members go and believing that they're doing something important. You've got to have scientists understand that you got a lot of people that don't understand science that have to be connected. Right now we're seeing legislation this year that Harold Varmus headed off that would have taken out peer review from NIH and its scientists and put it in the hands of a whole different group of non-scientists to decide what kind of funding will go for pancreatic cancer. I want to take the whole subject out. Once you do that, then every other thing comes out as well. And I'm sounding very scratchy, sorry. Once you do that, every other group will want to do the same thing. The fact is that for all of its time, up till now, with very few exceptions, the Congress has, in respect to NIH at least, has said, we're going to let scientific judgment, not political judgment, decide where the money gets spent. So when we doubled NIH, Bill Clinton would come in with a budget, because he knew what he was doing. He'd come in with a budget of 2% increase for NIH, knowing that we were going to put in 15%. This is when the economy was expanding. And what would we do? We would take that additional 13%. We'd call NIH and say, where do you want this money to be spent? Not where we think it's going to be, should be spent. Where do you think it should be spent? Because scientific opportunity has to drive this thing, not political judgment. And we would simply put it where they wanted it put, into the institutes and I realize there's internal science politics going on here, but that is acceptable, and having Congress make that judgment is unacceptable. Don't ever allow political judgment to be substituted for scientific judgment. It would be a disaster. Can't you understand what might happen on the House floor if you have money going into, let's say, cancer research, and somebody else said, no, let's make it diabetes research. Or then you begin these cross currents of struggle between disease advocates. It would be horrible. But a lot of people in these bodies, Congress, House and Senate, don't have an understanding of how the process works, and they have to be educated. And what we tend to do? We tend to say, oh, they'll never listen to us, and then we leave them alone. Don't do that. Go to the people that you least think will understand you and go and educate them. And you'll find scientists are the most respected people in this country. Over and over again, our Research America polls say that scientists are the most respected people. All you have to do is engage. You have a tremendous platform, you're scientists. And the trouble is that nobody much engages and leaves it to people like me, and I'm no scientist.
I think the points about peer review are really interesting. In the science community, of course, we take peer review as a matter of course for papers, for grants, very broadly even for panel discussions, for National Academy reviews, which are part of the peer review process. But I don't think that process is really clear or obvious to much of the country that's not engaged in the science process. And it's and taking things as a given, I think, is a big mistake, as you point out. Science used to be really nonpartisan, and certainly support for science has been bipartisan for, as far as I'm aware, for a very long time. We now find that sometimes there are very partisan tussles over scientific information and its validity. Where did that come from, or how did that happen, where we've made it a partisan issue over the scientific information?
Well, it's not only science. You're going to get me off on a whole other subject, and I'm just going to recommend a book.
I'll take the risk. Yeah.
I'd recommend a book to all of you. It's right out. It's just been out about a month. It's by a former member of Congress who, at the time he wrote the book, he's a good friend of mine. At the time he wrote the book, was the head of the American Conservative Union. That is the body that focuses on conservatism in this country. And he was defeated in his primary because he wasn't conservative enough. You get that? Defeated in this is years ago. This is 1994. Our whole system has become designed to put the parties in control. And that means that if you look at a primary election in most states, you're going to have the most conservative Republicans going to vote in that election and the most liberal Democrats in the Democratic primary. Well, that's okay, right? Except for one thing. The way we redistrict in most states of this country, most of those districts are safe, and the election's over in a lot of them in normal times. And so what do you get coming to Washington? You get people that are way out on the edges and have no way to get to the center and no desire to get to the center. And California, I recommend this to you, and this is part of the book actually, but the book was written before it was done. California just changed its system. Citizen body commission to draw legislative districts. They just did that. A whole bunch of incumbents are out in this election because they didn't draw it to preserve incumbents. They drew it to make districts fair. Secondly, they have a primary system where everybody appears in the primary election on one ballot. They can have their party designation or not, and you vote in the primary. So everybody can vote. You don't have to go in and ask for a Democratic ballot or Republican ballot or stay home because you say, I'm not a party person. You go in and vote in this big primary election. Top two, unless there's somebody who wins 50%, the election's over. The top two run off in the general election. A great system that takes the parties out of control of the process. Mickey Edwards' book is called The Parties versus the People: How to Turn Republicans and Democrats into Americans. How about that? Americans. I recommend it to you. It's a fast read, and he's got 10 different points. Those two are the first two, but 10 different points on how we can change this system and get the parties out of controlling the people's houses in Congress. So it's not just science. I'll get back to the question. It's not just science. It's everything that has been polarized. So what do we get on, at least my party? We get a lot of people who are not only ignorant of science, they are hostile to science. They don't understand it. They don't want to understand it. They think it conflicts with their religion, perhaps. These are the kind of people that really don't belong in our government. I'm sorry to say that, but they don't. They don't have a mind that will absorb what they need to do to solve this country's problems. And Congress today, as you very well know, is dysfunctional. It can't do anything. I'm going to end this question because I want to get this before you. This election is the most important election in my lifetime, and I lived through, this will be my 14th presidential election. This is really important because it's going to set the direction of the country for a long time to come, and people, especially scientists, need to get engaged, get out, get their friends out, and not just vote, do op-ed pieces, talk about these things. We at Research America try to generate as many as we can, saying this is why science should be a high national priority in this country, and get eminent scientists to write these things. Keith Yamamoto did a wonderful one out in California. You got to do these. You don't have to be an eminent scientist. You have to be a scientist. People respect your judgment, but if they never hear from you, well, that's what's going to happen.
You've said today, and you've said in the past, quote, that people of science had better get involved every day in impacting public and policymakers on the future of the country, end quote. And so you are advising scientists to get involved. And as you just pointed out, it's a difficult climate, certainly in Congress. Do you think there's opportunity at other levels of government, at state levels, for young scientists to get involved, for scientists, as you point out, it's not always eminent scientists who can be the spokespeople. Do you think there's more opportunity at other levels of government, given what we're seeing at the national level?
Well, first of all, I said we have about 4% in the House and Senate. Most of those are physicians, and a lot of those physicians were encouraged in my party to run because they were right-to-life people. We've got very few people who are there simply as, like Rush Holt is one of them. He's a physicist from New Jersey. Very few. I go and give a list of things that scientists ought to do, one of which is run for a public office. Oh my God, people say, what? Well, can't even think of that. Well, you're letting other people run the show, and you're getting results that you don't like, so maybe you ought to at least work in that direction or get people to do these kinds of things as someone who understands what science is all about. The least you can do, and I want to put this in your mind, it's probably too late for this election, but I say to people, get them to get a science advisor to their campaign. They say, what level? Go all the way back to the State House, because those people are eventually probably going to be your Congress people. So get into a campaign, find somebody that you like, get to be the science advisor to the campaign. And people are afraid to do this. Oh my goodness, they might reject me. Oh, horrors. Well, they're not going to reject you. They're running for office. They need help. Say, I want to be your science advisor. They say, or you want to be on your science advisory committee. They say, we don't have one. You say, I'll set up one for you. I'll get my friends. We will be your science advisory committee. Then stay with them after they're elected. You've got a direct path to a member who is making policy that affects science. There's 1,000 ways that you can impact this process. But again, this is the most important election. You've got to get involved. You've got to get your friends involved. You've got to get to the polls. You've got to organize. You got 5 weeks. Well, it can be done.
The good news is there is another election after that as well, so getting involved now is not the only opportunity.
But it's the most important.
It is, I certainly take your point that it's the most important. So I think you make an interesting point that people are afraid that they will not be accepted or welcomed into the process. But of course, most scientists, are used to putting their ideas out there in the science community, and occasionally, this is extremely rare for me, I get negative comments from reviews on my papers. I'm sure other scientists have had negative comments, but we're used to that kind of criticism, but not so much outside of the science community. So I guess you're making a call for a little more toughness in our interactions with a broader community.
You can get a group, 3 or 4 or 5 of you, go in and see the member that represents you. Oh my goodness. Yeah, sit down with them and talk about it. And you can go on our website, Research America, will tell you how to do it. How to do it. It's not difficult, but you've got to do it. Seeing them here in Washington is one thing. Seeing them at home is much better, especially at election time. This is election time. Good chance. Ask them for an appointment. They're going to be there. They're campaigning. They're not working. Even when they're here, they're not working. It used to be that when I was in Congress, up almost to the end, members sat down and talked to one another and got to know one another, traveled together. They brought their families to Washington so that they knew each other. Their wives knew each other. They were here to work for the country. Not anymore. They all stay home. That is, their families are back home. They come in for a few days. There's the enemy. We're the good guys. It is appalling how partisan we've gotten and how far apart we've gotten. And that's not this country. It's an unrepresentative body, and we've got to change it. So you got to get in there and talk to people. You've got to get in there and tell them why science is important, why this is the future of our country, how it helps our economy, how it creates jobs. There's so much opportunity to do these things, but you're the best spokespeople. You're the most respected people in this country, and you've got to get in there and do things to impact the process and educate people about science. You simply have to do it.
Well, Congressman, thank you very much. This is an incredibly important election, and it is important for people to do that now, but I also think that the comments are for sustained effort. We can't just do it in one election, can't just do it at the national level, but everything from a local council to state legislature, county actions, right up to Congress and the White House, of course. So I really thank you for setting off our forum on such a strong note, and thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you for listening to me and letting me insult you. Thanks, Andy.
Again, thank you, Congressman Porter. So now we'll move into a series of panel discussions. Perhaps somebody could change the name tags here. Our first panel will address the topic of citizen access to scientific information. Our moderator is longtime journalist and news executive Ted Iliff, who has worked for CNN, USA Today, The Voice of America, and Radio Free Europe. And Ted will introduce each of the panelists. So welcome, Ted. Where did he go?
It's Ron. All set?
He's on the way.
Got it.
You gonna use the podium?
Nah, I'll just sit down. Yep, here. You got stuck. It'll have advantages in a minute. Okay, are we? Good morning. I'm Ted Iliff. You've already heard enough about me, so I want to welcome you to the panel discussion. And I don't use an iPad. I use the old-fashioned way of doing this thing. What we're going to talk about here is access to government information, scientific information, and the barriers that exist and the consequences of those barriers, and kind of the so what of the consequences. In other words, why is it important? The guests that are to my left, in order, Catherine McFate is President and CEO of OMB Watch. She has also been with the Ford Foundation and Rockefeller Foundation. And Dan Vergano is with USA Today. He's the senior science reporter and a columnist. He has also been with Medical Tribune, and he was with Health Week when it was on PBS. Then we have Curtis Brainerd with Columbia Journalism Review. He's covered science and medicine and environment, and in 2008 he launched the Observatory, which was designed to analyze science coverage in the media. And at the end there is Angela Canterbury, who is Director of Public Policy for the Project of Government Oversight, or POGO as it's called. She previously has been with Public Citizens Congress Watch and with the League of Women Voters. She is nobly subbing for Lisa Swirsky of the Consumer Union, who was ill and could not join us today. We hope she's doing well. So I will start very quickly with a question that I'll ask each of our panelists to answer in order, starting with Catherine. And generally it is, what have you experienced in terms of lack of access or barriers to access of scientific information and the consequences of that? What are the possible, or what were the real consequences of the lack of that information or the inability to get that information? Catherine, you're on.
Okay. Well, at OMB Watch, we believe that citizens have a right to scientific information in a form that is accessible to them so that they can understand it, that it's contextualized. And I want to give you a couple of examples from the Safe Drinking Water Act of issues that we've seen where citizens have not had access to information that does affect their lives in a very direct way. We're particularly concerned with the regulatory process because a lot of scientific information comes into making those new rules that are supposed to protect the American public. And we find we're in a constant struggle because if you're doing science in the public interest, it's kind of a diffused set of benefits that people get. And we always have on the other side industry interests, particular industry interests that are affected by whatever rules are being made. So let me give you these two examples. The Safe Drinking Water Act. You may or may not know this. You all get water bills, I'm assuming. You have your utility bills. That 1974 Act says that at some point during the year, a water utility has to send you a bill, a piece of paper, that gives you a sense of what of your water quality in your local area is. Do you guys ever look at that? Some people do. Interesting. Most people can't read them. Most people look at their water quality reports, they don't even know what they're looking at, and they can't tell if it means that their arsenic levels are getting better or worse, or there's new chemicals that are being introduced in their water supply that might not be good for them. So that's a potential problem. We would like to see those water quality reports get better, have EPA do something like they do with, let's say, the fuel efficiency standards, where you have some kind of dashboard where people can understand very quickly if it's getting better or worse. Instead, there's a new rule that's being considered now that says that the industry is pushing for so that they don't have to send those reports to anybody anymore. Instead, they'll put it online somewhere, and they'll just give you a website to go to. Now, we think that's problematic for a couple of reasons, not only because the less information you give, the less likely people are going to click through and go to that website, but we don't know that they'll even have your web address to be able to send you. In the law, it says they're supposed to send your report directly to the individual citizens. To do that, they would have to have your web address, which they won't have. And we know that the two places in this country that are underserved by broadband are central cities and rural areas, the two places where you would expect the water supplies to be most at risk. So we think that's a big problem. we're trying to push back on this rule and to say the most important thing that you should be doing at EPA is making the information more accessible, as opposed to figuring out ways that you can cut the cost to business. So they're saying that this is a huge dramatic cost to them, and it would be hundreds of thousands of dollars, possibly millions of dollars, if they didn't have to add that little thing in their bill once a year. So constantly we're finding ourselves in these battles where something that seems like an obvious thing to do to help the American public better understand things that affect their basic quality of life are being undermined by industry interests. The other egregious example that I'm sure you all know about is what's happened with the 2005 Halliburton or Cheney exemption to the Safe Drinking Water Act that took fracking out of supervision. Know about that? Yeah. And that's another issue we just that we've been concerned with. So in that law, as you know, a law that was put in place to ensure that underwater drinking supplies would remain safe and pure for the American public allowed an industry that is drilling through the water table and putting chemicals into the ground to be exempt from oversight by the EPA. What that has meant now is, and we all know that there's all kinds of contamination that's going on all over the country as a result of this. We did a report recently called The Right to Know, the Responsibility to Protect, that looks at what state governments are doing to try to make up for the fact that the EPA is no longer doing this. And it's pretty disappointing. What we're finding is that even when they put disclosure laws in place, they have huge loopholes that the industry writes in that's confidential business information or trade secrets, so that they're saying you're supposed to disclose what's in the fracking chemicals that are being pumped underground and contaminating the water. But in most places, industries can say, oh, it's a competitive disadvantage if I have to release that information, and so many of the chemicals that are the worst polluters are not released to the public. So in communities all over the country, people don't have access to the information that would tell them what's being put in the ground around their water supplies. And we're pushing, encouraging state legislators to do stronger disclosure laws and to do it earlier in the process so that it becomes you cannot drill, you cannot engage in this activity until and unless you do scientific studies up front. So you look at what the baseline is in terms of water quality and conditions in the local communities, and then you track it all the way through. But our concern is this issue of industry influence. At the federal level, the ways that we think you can make a difference in that is to try to look at who industries are meeting with to make that transparent and accessible to people so that you have visitors laws, communications with Congress, knowing when the industry reps come in, that the agencies are putting all the information that they're getting from industry and scientists into the record, making it available to everyone so we can see who's influencing those decisions about the rulemaking. That's the most important thing that we think needs to happen at the federal level. At the state level, it really is campaign contributions. So we'd like to see more transparency in that because we don't think we're going to get the laws that we need unless there's a citizen pushback to the industry influence that's driving a lot of these decisions at the local level.
Okay, thank you. Dan?
Well, in terms of consequences, the effects we see are this constant struggle that's just been described here. Anytime you try and get information that's meaningful, you inevitably find there's some problem. There's some portion of it that's redacted, some portion of it that's not available. I'm sure many of you probably have tried to pull these same data sets yourself, and you see it's incomplete or it's not, this part you're not allowed to have. That's what we see, generally. And so, USA Today has done these investigations using EPA data of things like particulates near schools and things like that. And as a result, something that should be a 3-week project is a 6-month-long thing that we put on the front of the paper and we trumpets play. that sort of thing when we run it, and it's because we've had to, pull teeth to end up getting the information out of them through processes like FOIA or, other sort of avenues that we have. And I have lots of war stories about FOIA and that sort of thing, but I want to say as a reporter, the real way this shows up is just access to scientists, government scientists. For any politicized area, particularly agencies that are most politicized now, have the most trouble, things like EPA, FDA, strangely enough, different areas of the CDC, this sort of Hatch Act, freedom of expression that government scientists should have, the sort of Jim Hansen at NASA problem, it's just trampled over. There's a paper comes out in the journal Risk Analysis. It's written by an EPA Region 5 guy, and it's about pipeline spill risk areas in the central United States. That's interesting. Hey, here's his email. I call the guy up on the phone, and I can't talk to you. I got to go through public affairs. Why? I'm just wanting to ask you about this paper you have published in this public journal. I'm scared. Call my public affairs guy. Okay, it should be, this is a democracy. I call the public affairs guy, I say I want to talk to this fella. He says he's available at 5 today. I'm doing this as a courtesy to let you know this. No. This is, we'll get back to you, maybe kind of, sort of. This is complicated. And you have to end up calling the transparency czar at the White House before they get back to you at 4:30 on Friday. 3 weeks later, to have 5 people sitting in on the phone call so that the scientists can tell you that the data is actually kind of incomplete from the study, and it's not that big a deal. Probably could have handled that at 5 p.m. 3 weeks ago, and that's everything. So that's every call where it's something that matters. There's some agencies that are very good. USGS, I call a guy about earthquakes. He picks up the phone in Menlo Park and says, meh, and talks to me a little bit about what's going on with the earthquake. Very good. But places where it shouldn't be that case, things like the CDC or even NIH, the Smithsonian, I want to call a curator to talk about, this not even, it's a quasi-government, I don't know what their status is, but I have to have a FLAC sitting on the, I'm sure with a tape recorder rolling, to listen to the thing. I've actually had FLACs from NASA now. They want to listen, they want to tape record the phone call. Listening in and, policing the scientist's statement, being there as a presence of the agency, it's an epidemic, and the congressman talked about it. It's a reflection of the hyper-partisan nature of our society right now, that the politicals really have grounded down control. You see it in things like Jim Hansen having to raise a holy ruckus to be able to speak freely, and he's unusual. Most scientists, you're a government scientist, why do you want the trouble? You don't want to talk to this crazy reporter anyways, really? So you can hide behind the public affairs guy. But if it's just a simple question, for God's sakes, what's going on with this study, I'd like to know today because I have a story for tomorrow. Instead, we end up writing stories like, who knows what's going into the pipeline spill thing? They won't talk. Really it might be, well, we haven't finished the analysis yet. If they just tell us that, then it's not a story. So they make more trouble for themselves than they need to this way. Like I said, I have lots of FOIA horror stories, some of them funny. But I think that for a reporter, our thing is first primary sources, people. We want, the scientists to tell us what's going on in an unfettered way. The taxpayers are paying their salary. We're trying to tell those people what's going on with them, and it would be very nice if those scientists felt free to speak to us. It's one thing if you're busy, that's okay, but it's another thing if, no, I have the public affairs people on top of my head, stopping me from speaking to the public. That's the big problem for reporters. I think I should.
Okay. Before I go to Curtis, you have an opportunity to ask questions, and your questions are always going to be better than my questions. So if you want to write something down and bring it up here, we'll try to get to as many of them as we can. Okay, Curtis?
Thanks. So as a media reporter, my experience with problems of access to information has been mostly vicarious. I started covering science journalism back in 2006 under the Bush administration, which, as most of you know, was notoriously non-transparent and even proactively obstructionist, as Dan mentioned.
The current one isn't so good either.
Well, that's I'm getting to that. As Dan mentioned, there's the famous incident with Jim Hansen at NASA, who told the New York Times in 2006 that the federal government was trying to basically block his ability to speak about the threat of global warming by directing NASA's Public Affairs Office to review all of his upcoming talks, papers, and online postings. And of course, at this time, the Bush administration was also operating under the infamous Ashcroft memo issued by the Attorney General's office, which basically directed all federal agencies and departments to err on the side of secrecy in their interactions with the media. Now, that was eventually repealed under the Obama administration, but as Dan mentioned, the problems have continued. As the Bush administration departed and the Obama administration came in, a lot of science journalists were very optimistic. They're really excited at the prospect of working with a more open and transparent government. And for good reason. Obama issued his open government directive on day one in office. He said that he was going to usher in, I believe the word he used was an unprecedented era of openness in government. And then just a few months later, he quickly homed in on science in particular, issuing a directive to the Office of Science and Technology Policy that all federal departments and agencies should come up with a science integrity plan, part of which would include a media communications and openness policy, essentially. So there was a lot of excitement in the journalism community about what all of this heralded. But that excitement very quickly turned to disappointment and frustration as the months passed during Obama's first year in office. I just continued to hear the same types of horror stories over and over again that I heard from journalists who were working under the Bush administration, which was just sad, really. I mean, this was this should have been an easy home run for the Obama administration. I mean, it didn't have to do much to make itself look significantly better than the Bush administration. But that just wasn't happening. And in fact, I was hearing these stories that a lot of journalists thought it had actually gotten worse under the Obama administration, which was just baffling to me. How could this be? So back in 2010, 2 years into the administration, or 2011, we, at the end of 2010, we at CJR teamed up with ProPublica to kind of ground truth all this, all these anecdotes that we were hearing, and we wanted to get a little bit more data. So we launched a survey of members of the Society of Environmental Journalists, the National Association of Science Writers, the Association of Healthcare Journalists, and a group called Investigative Reporters and Editors. And we ended up getting about 400 responses, so, pretty good. And we asked them 5 different questions. We asked them to rate both the Bush and the Obama administrations on access to federal scientists and experts, as Dan was describing the need to get permissions, just being able to arrange these interviews in the first place. We asked about the so-called minders that Dan talked about. These are the public affairs officers that sit in on interviews. We asked about the handling of FOIA requests, and we asked about the provision of data and information online. And then finally, we asked a 5th question about just overall transparency and how that was going under both Bush and Obama. And what the survey revealed was slightly more nuanced than what we were hearing anecdotally from journalists. In fact, the Obama administration got higher marks than the Bush administration in every category across the board. But only marginally so. I mean, the Obama administration was only doing a shade better than Bush. And importantly, when it came to the grade for overall performance on transparency and access to information, neither administration had a majority of respondents grade it either strong or very strong. Most, 44% I think it was, gave the Obama administration a fair grade on overall science or overall transparency and access to information, but fully 30% gave it a grade of poor or very poor. And the only area in which the Obama administration performed significantly better than the Bush administration was in the provision of data and information online. And this is largely due to the Data.gov initiative, under which the Obama administration directed all federal agencies and departments to make, I think, 2 or 3 what he called high-quality data sets available online. And this had to be information that was not previously available and that had some kind of significant social relevance. So the Obama administration did get very high marks in that department. But obviously, the problems continued. And, I won't go into them now, but like Dan and the others, I got a whole laundry list of specific horror stories about a lack of transparency or, again, kind of outright obstruction. So, marginal progress is, as I wrote at the time that we did this survey, does not an open government make. And to this day, I continue to hear about these problems from journalists coast to coast, and this goes from the highest levels of government all the way down to state and municipal governments. So it's an ongoing problem.
Okay, thank you. Angela?
That was a great project, by the way.
Thanks.
And that was really nice overview of sort of the policy front. My organization is the Project on Government Oversight, and our vantage point is just slightly different from OMB Watch's, although we work quite a lot together on a lot of issues. We work for more openness and accountability throughout the federal government. We work with whistleblowers quite a bit, some of them in the science community, to uncover wrongdoing, and then we work on fixing some of the problems that we find, and just in general on the policy reform front. And I would say that it is really disappointing that we've only seen that much progress. I think that's a fair assessment in this administration because a new day of openness was definitely heralded at the beginning. But I think that there are a lot of different reasons for that. I mean, this is a huge, mammoth task, and not at all to give the administration a pass, but just to say that culture change is really hard. And we had 8 years of unbelievable secrecy, and so turning that ship around takes some time. But there are definitely areas in which there has been a lack of focus, a lack of attention on specific problems. And from a requester standpoint or the public standpoint, there's tons of government information that's not available that just should be. It should just be public. You shouldn't have to ask for it. And then there's the contextual problem that Catherine was mentioning. So once you have it, is it accurate? Is that helpful? So federal spending information, for example, it has a portal now called USA Spending, but it's wrong. And there's no way to actually track how much money is coming from taxpayers through the government, how it's being spent in your community, on science, on a range of issues. Just forget about it. It's impossible to do. And that should be fixed. And then there's information about, science and conflicts of interest, for example. We've been very interested in the federal advisory committees and how they fail to just tell us when there are conflicts, although scientific journals and universities, I understand, will publish this information. It's readily available. So we think that kind of information, along with calendars and visitors logs, so who's interacting with the government, what interests are being peddled, that's information we should have. And then when you need to make a request, when that information isn't readily available, how do you do that? It's just mind-boggling, all the different machinations, the different systems. Some agencies are electronic, some of them are on paper. They give you a runaround. Some have good customer service, others are terrible. So just how to do it is extremely difficult. And then it takes too long. It just takes far too long for these requests to be processed. Now, there has been some incremental improvement there. I think a 5% release rate. Something like 24 agencies, according to the recent FOIA reports, are 100% releasing within the 20-day period, which is, okay out of 99 agencies, but then there are some outliers that are pretty outrageous and lots of problems yet to be fixed. And some of those are system problems. they just have bad systems. And some of them are management problems, particularly with records management. So at the SEC, for example, we found, they just had different systems that didn't tie. So pulling the information out, Department of Defense is egregious in that respect too, like completely different systems at every component and every subcomponent. So the runaround and getting sent to the right place in the first place is, very difficult. And so there are the processing problems, and then there's the secrecy issue. And there's still far too much secrecy. And we have an overclassification problem, we have a secret marking problem, and what this does is really delegitimizes our real secrets. I mean, we do have a small set of information that should be kept secret for the national defense, but that is completely undermined when you've got just this broad brush, because it's just easy to do it, safer to do that. No one's going to get in trouble. We don't have to package this in any way for political purposes. And some of it's, just laziness, and some of it really is nefarious. And so then we have the worst case scenario, which I think, thankfully, is the more rare circumstance where you have, wrongdoing, when you have real corruption, when you have waste, fraud, abuse, suppression of scientists for political purposes and otherwise, and when you have a brokenness in the public trust, or you have a real failure to protect the public. So in the NIH situation where we had a superbug, I'm sure all of you read about that, and they just didn't tell anybody. That's a failure to protect the public. And then in the case of Camp Lejeune, some of you may be familiar with the water contamination issue there, where the Marines and the civilians and their families, perhaps more than 1 million, were poisoned for more than 30 years with toxic water. And then the Marines and the Navy spent the next 25 plus years covering it up. They lied, they refused to give information, they abused FOIA, they pulled out all kinds of confidentiality, secret marking, excuses. They bullied the scientist at the agency that was responsible for doing the evaluations and the health assessments and scientific review, ATSCR, bullied them into withholding information in their reports to Congress, and then they refused to give information to members of Congress. And that's sort of when the beginning of that end started, because Senator Leahy and Senator Grassley were not going to have any of that. So they pushed back and told the Pentagon and the Secretary of Defense in particular, we would like that information. We would like it very soon. Happy ending to that is that what quickly followed that was a release of information that just should have been out there for a couple of decades. And sometimes it takes that kind of intervention, unfortunately, to make that happen. And that just shouldn't be the case. So that information was made available, and then they actually passed a law just a few months ago to provide some health care to those victims, which is also a happy result. So I think that there are a range of problems, and it's pretty complex. But I think we're going to talk about solutions next. Is that right, Ted?
Well, maybe. I got better
too much
questions
time.
here.
Okay.
I want to start getting into some of these because I think these are more interesting. The first one I got is upside down. How can we know? This is about trade secrecy. How can we know if trade secrecy claims are valid if the grounds for the claims are neither justified, judged, or disclosed? Starting to answer the question already, but I'll throw it open to anybody on the panel. When you get trade secrecy thrown at you, is that something that is being abused, and how do you get around it, and so on and so forth?
You have to set up some kind of process with some independent people. And that's always the key, because the people that understand the industry and can make those assessments often have ties and particular interests inside that industry. But you have to have some kind of independent process to review those claims of trade secrets. Most states don't have that written in, so it's kind of whatever business says they want to do. There's no independent review of that.
I think that's right. I think that in the federal government, you have some agencies that are particularly cozy, shall we say, with industry partners, Department of Interior, all the financial regulators. And what happens is that when they get those requests, they're incredibly deferential. And in fact, there's a whole secret system of marking things, just not even trade secrets, exemption under FOIA, but just confidential. We're just going to tell you, please don't share anything here. We're going to use some magic words. We're going to get a stamp. And then there's no process. There's no independent review whatsoever. And a requester just gets sorry. No appeals process, absolutely not disclosed. And so we do need an independent review process. I think, in fact, we need an independent body that does all FOIA requests, and then a separate appeals process. But we're pretty far from that.
And for journalists, you see the words, you're confronted with trade secrecy as a barrier. Is that a dead end for a story or whatever you're doing, or is that a red flag?
It's both. And we do also, but I did want to add to what she said. It goes beyond just the agencies. It's not just the agencies cozy with the industry. There's a reason for that. You know, the congressmen who are overseeing the agency are more cozy with the industry, and they are yelling at the agency. In fact, if the agency gave away the trade secret, the secret sauce in fracking, then a whole lot of congressmen would come down pretty hard on the agency and cut their budgets in ways that would be very uncomfortable with the agency. So it's a systematic problem. You know, this is a country where industry has a lot of influence and power over the political process, and trade secrets are where the rubber meets the road. What we typically do then is we have to sit there and say, how much is this story worth to us? Mm-hmm. And then we say, okay, they're saying that this is a trade secret. That sounds like they might have a legitimate interest there, but is it outweighed by public health interest or some other interest that the public needs to know about this story? And then we have to go find scientists who are in the field and aren't owned by the industry or somehow beholden to it to say, is this a legitimate trade secret? And would you go on the record in newspapers saying this is or is not? If they say it is, then that becomes hard for us to pursue at that point. Then, if enough of them say it is. If they say, no, this is junk, they're lying to you, I worked in the industry for 30 years, and now that I'm retired, I can be honest, and he says it on the record, then we can go forward. Yeah.
But can we underscore that this is an area where scientists and you guys weighing in on these issues could be incredibly important for journalists and for policymakers? So getting involved in those discussions, you guys using your expertise and bringing it in could be really important in this area.
Especially where you see it. It's like, don't wait for us to come to you.
Right.
I could count on, one finger the number of times that a scientist has called me and said, geez, these guys are really using trade secrets in this case. It's rare enough that a scientist calls me just to talk about his own research, but much less one where they see this abuse. And then they see it, you talk to them and, oh yeah, everybody's known about that,
Everybody in your
Let me
community
know.
maybe, but
Let
maybe
me
not in
know.
ours. So that would be great.
I want to hear from you. God knows I hear too much from Flax as it is. I hear from a scientist, it's a great day.
All right.
And a good
How's that for
story.
an invitation?
And a better story, yeah.
Curtis, I want to start with you on this next question that has to do with data online. I want you to be aware that it is not complete, if not complete, could be very misleading. How do you deal with this problem? You got stuff online and it's wrong, or either intentionally or not intentionally. How, particularly in the case of the media, how do you deal with all that?
Well, reporters should never take the data or information that they find online at face value. That's simply it. When I was working on that survey, a number of journalists actually complained about the Obama administration's, in fact, over-reliance on electronic communications. In fact, the Obama administration has made an unprecedented amount of information available online, but that's really a one-way street in terms of communications. As any good reporter will tell you, data do not speak for themselves, never. And what a reporter really needs is for the people who collected that data and who are responsible for analyzing it to interpret it for the reporter, to tell them what it means, to explain what this data means for public health or public safety. I think any good science journalist is always going to take the information and data that they find online, call a variety of experts, and get them to weigh in on it. And because, I'll give you one example of a real horror story I found when I was doing this survey. A reporter at the Providence Journal in Rhode Island had clued into a pretty alarming piece. About 10% of doctors in the state had admitted to inserting intrauterine devices, a type of birth control, into hundreds of women. And these were unapproved devices that were unapproved for use in the U.S. The doctors and physicians had gotten them at discount prices from foreign suppliers. It was a major scandal, and FDA launched a huge investigation. So this reporter was trying to work this out, and she calls the FDA. I mean, for weeks, back and forth. She submits her questions in writing. She's promised a timely reply, and it never comes. Finally, she's got to go to press. You know, the public needs to know about this problem. She publishes her article. 4 days later, FDA finally comes out with a big blanket statement on its website, you know, saying exactly what it wants to say about its investigation, but allowing no opportunity for follow-up questions, for reporters to ask questions of these officials who can interpret the conclusions of this investigation. It really is information that's found online. It's a one-way street, and the government, the Obama administration, has really relied on it to claim the mantle of openness and transparency, but I think unfairly so.
Okay. This is a question that has to do mostly with media, but I think it has applications for watchdog organizations, NGOs, and so on as well. This person talked to a reporter about an issue and tried to explain it, and when the story came out, or when it was published, none of that information was in there. And this person says because the information provided did not support the story. I've been a victim of that myself, believe it or not. And I'm shocked how many people really are. I'm ashamed for my profession that happens as much as it does. The question is, what should a scientist do when reporters ignore science that doesn't support the story? And more broadly, what should a scientist or anyone do for dealing with media or with organizations that are policy organizations when they see something that they are familiar with and they may even had input with, and it's wrong or it's misleading? A lot of people feel powerless. They feel like there's nothing they can do. Is there anything they can do?
You should call him. Right now there's a whole circus of scientist complainers online who apparently have nothing more to do during their busy scientific days than to write long blog entries complaining about the results of the ENCODE study, or how scientists blew, or how reporters blew this or that thing, and people listen. When they complain about our coverage of genetically modified organisms or anything, it gets picked up now and swept up into this sort of blogosphere world of scientist journalists. They have more opportunity now than ever. If I blow a story, you should call my editor. You call, there's a big process, and they take it very seriously. In fact, some of the reporters feel we bend over way too far backwards to hear some of these complaints. The Emperor of Mars is mad at me about my last Mars story. I should say your point about more for journalists than watchdog organizations. Like, this is another thing about the internet era, is that there's no difference between the watchdog organizations and the journal. We are the same thing. It's like the university journalism programs are blending into the nonprofits, or blending into the watchdogs, or blending into the media. All those barriers are gone, and you have more opportunities than ever, I guess, to let people know. If you just put it online, one scientist somewhere complains about something, it'll get picked up and on Twitter, and all of a sudden I'll have people yelling at me on Twitter that I've blown the story, if that happens. People don't understand the news. We've done a really bad job of educating people about how the news works. There's a saying in our business that there's only one room for one story in the story, right? So if we talked about mercury and you had a long interview that was 2 hours about arsenic and it didn't show up in the story, that's because the story was about mercury, not about arsenic. It's not that we're ignoring you or we hate you or we don't like you. And that happens a lot. I did a story this week that was about this big, and I talked to 24 people for that story. Well, maybe it was this big, and only 4 people made it in that story. I can't stuff 24 people in that story. So that happens a lot, and there's hurt feelings. But, you know, it's a crazy, this is an 18th century thing that I do. You know, nobody wants to, it turns out, read the Congressional Research Service report version of a news story. Nobody wants to put ads next to it.
So ending up on the floor is never fun if you've spent time with a reporter. But I think he's absolutely right. And if you contact people, if you see something that you think is wrong on a website or something, contact the organization. Nobody wants to have bad information up. If you're educating us, we'll educate the public with you.
And you can go to the watchdog groups or the investigative journalists who might be interested in the broader story or the other take. And I definitely encourage you to go to the editors too and submit a letter or blog about it, put it out there.
Yeah, and I'd just add that, I mean, in the age of digital media, journalists now have the power to correct their stories in a more timely manner. It used to be, you know, when everything was just done on ink and paper, you know, corrections get published a few days later, buried on the inside of the paper. But corrections, clarifications can be displayed more prominently now. And I think that you'll find that journalists are very eager to update their stories, to correct the stories, and to add any kind of context that's missing, I would hope.
I don't know they're all eager.
I'm making the
Well,
same.
maybe not
Nobody
eager.
likes to make mistakes.
Yeah.
Willing.
Nobody likes to make
I'm
willing.
making the same body language as Dan is here. At CNN, getting something corrected was, and I assume still is, a rather daunting challenge because it's.
Well, you know, I'll push back against that a little bit. I mean, journalists, you know, I spend, you know, my days and nights, you know, pushing back against journalists, against errors and stuff like that. And in most of the cases, journalists actually do work with me. I mean, if they've, you know, got something wrong, or even if they just haven't provided enough context, they'll work with you to set the record straight. They will.
All right. We have, now this is more about access to information. And according to this questionnaire, is the slow-moving release of information a result of archaic systems? Are agencies not coping with digitalization and modernization in an effective way? And again, well, you know,
That's part of it.
Yeah.
Definitely part of it, a systems issue. And then there's also just death by delay.
It's very uneven. So, I mean,
Right.
and I think that this administration is particularly schizophrenic about the point that you're raising about not making their staff and people accessible to journalists. They're very closed about that. But then on the other hand, they are trying to create better interfaces. So the websites, they're working on trying to improve websites and make a little bit of proactive disclosure. At least in some agencies, they're trying to make their websites better, make more information that they think the public wants available on those interactive websites, and they are making more data available. But they would say, channeling them, is that it takes money to actually go into the digital era, because some of them really do have archaic systems in the back end of this stuff, and to actually get stuff up and digitized and available so it's searchable, sortable, downloadable, all those things everybody wants, does take money and it takes resources. And we are going to see as we go forward with these budget cuts that as an excuse for not doing more in what we'd like to see on getting data more readily available to people.
Let me ask a follow-up, and that is, we know we all have examples of problem areas for FOIA and things like that. Can any of you name a gold standard for access to information? Is there one agency or one organization, some entity that you have found has got it and can serve as an example to others who may not be up to standards on that sort of thing?
OSTP got really
OSTP?
Office of Science and Technology Policy out of the White House got really high marks on their FOIA. I don't know if that's your experience with that office, but they seemed to hit all of their milestones. The agencies came up with 14 or 15 milestones they were going to try to hit, and they were going to try to get within the processing deadline, and OSTP did. So of the science agencies, I think they're doing fairly well according to the numbers. And then there's some initiative that's being taken by Department of Commerce and EPA in partnership with the Office of Government Information Systems, which OGIS, that body was in fact created by the Leahy-Cornan Open Government Act not long ago, 2008, to act as a FOIA ombudsman and to do mediation so that appealers wouldn't necessarily have to get a lawyer. And that agency, along with these other two, are putting together a FOIA portal that has promise for potentially, if other agencies and departments come on board, being a one-stop shop, a place where a requester will go, and they don't have to know which department or agency, or maybe they could guess, but there's one place to put in your request, one place to track your request, one place to get your request, and then one place where things are posted as they're released. So that's very exciting. We would like some more support for that pilot project from the White House and from Department of Justice. There's a little resistance.
And I just mentioned one, high mark under this administration is the Open FOIA Act, which Obama signed a little more than a year ago, about 2 years ago now. And so all federal exemptions from FOIA now must be announced, released in the public records. So it's not as easy for the government to enact these secrecy clauses anymore and throw up barriers to FOIA.
They're still trying.
Still trying, absolutely, absolutely. But at least we have that act in place, which
Right,
is,
where you can track them.
it's nice, yeah.
I'm just reading the question here. How do we get the media to stop being mouthpieces for anti-scientific rhetoric in their oftentimes lame attempts to present both sides?
I'm trying.
I need a drink now.
I didn't make that right here.
That's the false balance
Yes.
question. There's a scientist named Max, no scientist, there's well, he's a scientist, he's a social scientist, named Max Boykoff, who's written a great deal about the false balance issue. That's the idea sort of imported from political reporting that you get a Democrat, you get a Republican, you file a story and you go home. And so that's played out in the climate change side and sometimes in past issues, evolution. The hot buttons used to be stem cells, climate, and evolution. Those were so maybe now it's just climate. In the newspapers, at least, the evidence is that we don't do that so much anymore. Boykoff and other scholars have shown that, that it's not so much the story has to be balanced with the denier. I think there's an awareness among science journalists, at least, that that's not a good practice. USA Today, luckily, we never had the room to do that, so I would just say, National Academy's 1999 report said this, or I just update it as the Academy would do a report on climate. The problem is that what I do, the sort of science reporting, or just reporters with any technical skills whatsoever, there's this poverty of sort of technical knowledge in journalism that's tragic. I mean, there shouldn't be science reporters, people like me. There should just be that every reporter has a certain background of scientific understanding, and they don't. The joke is that I'm in the newsroom just to do percentages, That's just a joke, guys. But, as my profession has disappeared, the science reporter has disappeared, and it's dropped precipitously since 1990. There's no advertising supporting science stories, which the background reporter, the guy you're talking to, is somebody who last took math in 12th grade, and their understanding, they didn't have the 2 years of college science, so to them, a guy who's never published, in this area and a person who is a National Academy Fellow, no difference. It's sort of a reflection of the think tanks effect, where you have a social scientist who's studied welfare for 30 years, and you have a guy who, looks nice in a tie from a think tank, and they're both testified before Congress. They're equivalent. It's the way you see it played out. This problem of false balance in science is a reflection of this larger problem. I'll recommend a book. There's a good book out now called Think Tanks in America by a guy named Tom Medved, who's a sociologist, which is a very good book about the topic out now. But all you can do is complain, and it's become apparent to science journalists that false balance is a problem in scientific issues. And if you complain enough, then our editors will hear it. Once they hear about it, then it'll become a topic. We are aware of it in the newsroom. Whether the TV guys are aware of it, I don't know. They have to be pounded on more.
I mean, it is a very, very tough problem, and complaining does work. And unfortunately, this is, although Dan is absolutely right, this problem has receded from news pages. It does still exist, and unfortunately exists in some organizations with a really outsized reach. Fox News, to give one example, the country's most popular cable network, and opinion pages. This problem is alive and well on opinion pages, especially in the Wall Street Journal, country's most widely read newspaper, but even on PBS. Just last week, this problem cropped up. The NewsHour did a report on this former skeptic out in California, Richard Mueller at UC Berkeley, and it was, it had that, the conversion of a skeptic, it was a really attractive hook for news coverage, but really this guy isn't saying anything that mainstream climate scientists haven't been saying for more than a decade, but because he's got this conversion narrative, he got the media to bite, and PBS did this just atrocious report last week where they paired Mueller with a still diehard skeptic, Anthony Watts, who runs this blog, What's Up With That, that's kind of constantly trying to spin the science on climate. And but there was just an uproar following this report. I mean, the very next morning, by 6 a.m., people across the spectrum, scientists, other journalists, all kinds of critics were complaining. And within a couple of days, the PBS ombudsman came out and said, yeah, we kind of screwed up on this story, and they owned up to the mistake. That the problem is, most of the people who saw that original report probably didn't see the ombudsman's mea culpa, which is a problem. But complaining does work.
Okay. Well, we've touched on this next question a little bit, but I think it's important to kind of hone in on it a little bit more. How can citizen scientists play a proactive role in information dissemination and advocacy? They're out there and they want to be part of this whole process. How do they get into the game and not just leave it to spokesmen and things like that?
Start a blog. Yeah, it's a really powerful way to begin to engage with the media. And the media, journalists have become very accustomed to following various scientist blogs. And this costs nothing. It doesn't require a great deal of technical know-how. So scientists can start doing media criticism.
But how does anybody know that blog is in that jungle of blogs out there?
It takes a little bit of time. The digital sphere, it requires a lot of hand waving. Hey, look over here. Look what I said. But email your links to reporters. Let them know that you've got this new blog. And use social media tools like Twitter, Facebook to promote your blog. Again, just pushing the links to your writing out there into the media community, into the advocacy community. It takes a while to get the ball rolling, but there's a lot of tools there to do that.
You have to, if you are inclined not to be a self-promoter, you need to get over that.
Yeah, got to get over that.
You got to really, push yourself to be able to get what you're trying to say out there.
Well, there's also a lot of issues that are not just national issues, so they're local issues that people need to pay attention to. So if you're retired and you care about your community and there are things that you're seeing that are going on there, I think it's not just the blogging, but it's also reaching out and making contact with local groups, with local public officials. Like we were saying earlier in the morning, people don't hear from policymakers, especially at the local level, don't hear from scientists. You could have a disproportionate impact if you're talking to people in your city council or you're talking to your local state representative, people like that, because they don't hear from citizens as much as people do on the national level. So think about that, about sort of reaching out in real time with real people too, not just through the internet.
It really matters for you also to reach out to your members of Congress because you could even create a relationship with a staffer with a member who might have a strong interest or be on the right committee, and organize yourselves, Union of Concerned Scientists, plug, and work with other watchdog organizations. I think that'll help.
All right, this question actually kind of segues. Yes, sir.
All your scientists out there, besides helping journalists, I'm an environmental attorney. We could probably win twice as many cases if on the local level of scientists just chirp in and help a local good attorney. I just wanted to
Okay.
say that.
This next question deals with that issue as well, a little bit. It's a rhetorical question, I imagine. How many civic associations for scientists do you know about, meaning panelists or audience, national, state, local, and so on? In other words, are there organizations out there, instead of an individual starting a blog and charging in on the fight alone, are there, particularly I'm curious about the state and local level, where sometimes it can be more effective than at the national level. Are there associations or groups like that out there?
And I'm guessing the audience has the answer to that better than we do. Anybody? No?
The one thing that's notable, I mean, the AAAS has done things like speak out when Michael Mann, gets attacked about climate, I don't know on the state level, though. I mean, that's where we see UCS. What would be great is if there was an advocate for government scientists, or something like AAAS step forward and made this some organization, some scientist advocacy organization that isn't perceived as being on one side of the political divide or another, took the role of being a resource for federal scientists who feel like they're being stepped on. It shouldn't be that, Jim Hansen has to raise holy hell himself. It should be that, that there's a process in place. And maybe someone in the audience knows that organization already, but they ain't coming to me, and I'm the science reporter for USA Today. They should have already.
Okay. We have a question here that I'll just read it. How do we get Congress? This has to do with some drugs that have been approved and so on that were harmful. How do we get Congress and FDA to disclose conflicts and even better avoid conflicts in dealing with the interest with information, particularly in this case about drugs and so on? In other words, there seems to be a virulent resistance to the good-natured and well-intended efforts to start dealing with conflicts of interest, open or subtle or subliminal. Where are we on fighting that?
So we did a piece on the Yasmin review that was done by a federal advisory committee, and there were certainly some conflicts there. I think that there is a difference in opinion as to what a conflict is, I think, as a baseline. And then there's a resistance to making that information public, and part of it is that the policy is locked into a form, and that form is supposed to be confidential because it's based on a confidential form that all government employees, but they take it a step further, for example, at FDA, and they ask for more information, and then they say, oh, we can't make that public because that's confidential, when they absolutely can make that public if they choose to change the rule. And so it would be just a matter of having more disclosure, I think, would make a huge difference. So if you do the process correctly, which again, I'm not sure if they're even doing that right, where they do a thorough review before they have a matter before them, and they ask specific questions about specific conflicts related to that drug or that device. If they're doing that process, then just make those answers public. And then we can check, and then we can see if they're actually controlling the conflicts or not.
And so, some of this information is out there, and it is publicly available, just not in a very accessible way, and it just kind of needs to be gathered and presented a little bit better. ProPublica did this fantastic database reporting project a couple years ago, and they're constantly updating it, called the Dollars for Docs Project. And they have got a very exhaustive list of publicly supported physicians and academics who have received payments for a variety of things from various device and drug makers, and all that information is out there. But what ProPublica had to do was really just do an exhaustive search for it, compile it all together, and make it presentable and searchable and usable for the public and for other.
But it's not available
journalists.
necessarily through the government. It's available more through the universities and through scientific journals, and so that's it's a huge effort.
It's
expensive.
huge
It's very
effort.
expensive.
But I
to
believe
match it.
now there's some effort to, or some legislation underway to get the government to come up with it, so to begin kind of collecting this data.
I'm not aware of legislation, but we have been really pushing with certain agencies for them to change their rules, which they can do. It doesn't require legislation, but that would also do the
Yeah,
job.
I mean, this would be huge, this kind of database, to not leave this to the media organizations to do that, but to have that at the federal level would be great.
We have time for one more question, and Catherine, I want to start with you on this subject. The issue of scientists working with industry, being funded by industry for research, not necessarily a new issue, but in terms of the access to information, is there an increasing problem with this? Is it a steady problem? How can scientists help the public access to data when they are working with money that has come from a particular industry that may not be so friendly to that idea? Is it an insoluble problem?
Well, I think it's a huge problem, and it's particularly a problem, I think, for university funded research. If you're seeing more and more industry on the university, as we have been, and the whole business of intellectual property rights and things going out of the public domain has been huge in the last 2 decades, maybe even longer. I think that's very troubling for us as we're thinking about what we've had in the past. One of the reasons that the U.S. has been such an innovator and a leader in technology is because we've had open access to scientific information and technological information so that people can build on that foundation. And as more and more basic research goes out of the public domain and into the private sector and locked in vaults, it's a really huge problem. When I was at the Rockefeller Foundation, we did a lot of work around intellectual property rights around drug development. And there are the public-private partnerships. You had to negotiate, even when foundations and the public sector was putting all the money into the development of drugs for orphan diseases that they knew they wouldn't make a profit for because it was poor people that they were fixing the diseases of. Even when you did that, it was a huge negotiation with the drug companies and the people that were doing the research to keep what they learned in the public domain so that they could use it for further research. So I think that is a big problem in this country now.
What I hear from the scientists is they have to get their university, technology transfer lawyers involved very early in the process of negotiating with industry. When they come to you, it's hard sometimes to turn away money. It's hard always to turn away money for the scientists of the university. Make the lawyer for the university the bad guy and carve out that exemption for your data. Part of the problem is it's almost become the culture in
That's right.
this sort of, the engineering side of science, the more applied things. You lock away. You make these agreements. Heck, you're looking to start a business. In medicine, it became a real problem in the last 30 years. Clinical trial data, being filed away, the file drawer effect. This is a real problem. There just has to be a pushback, and you have to enlist. You have to find a sympathetic university lawyer to make the bad guy in the process. That's the only way I know that it works. That's probably not the ideal solution, but that might be the practical one.
Okay. All right, we are out of time. I want to thank the panelists very much, and I want to thank you for listening and participating. Thank you for all your good questions.
Yeah,
I'm
great
sorry I couldn't get all of them, but we hope this has helped a little bit, and we look forward to the next part of the program. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Ted. That was a great panel. We're going to take a 15-minute break, but I just want to say one word about the questions first before people. If we didn't get to the questions in the panel, we're still capturing those questions. We'll include them in our database, including the webcast questions that came in on the webcast, and we'll figure out a way to at least reflect your questions in the overall material from the meeting. So they're not lost if Ted didn't get your question, but we still will capture those. And thank you very much. We'll reconvene at 10:30. Thank you. That was great. Thank you.
You in the room where the break is being served, if we could get you to return to the meeting room. We're about to resume our program. Very quickly, my name is Gene Policinski, Senior Vice President and Executive Director of the First Amendment Center. We're part of the coalition, if you will, that's hosting. And I just wanted to, for a moment, mention the fact that in some of the earlier panels, there was the discussion of the need to get science and news out and the difficulty of scientists and journalists working together. We have a report online called Worlds Apart. It was produced by Jim Hart. Some of you may remember, particularly during the height of the space programs, he was host of the Today Show, and an astronaut named Dr. Rick Chappell, who was at that time faculty member at Vanderbilt. Rick just retired. But they took a look at the barriers to getting science and information out, and it's still available on the First Amendment Center's website at the cleverly named firstamendmentcenter.org. But it's called Worlds Apart, and it takes a good look, and it's been updated, at the difficulty of getting science information, science news out to the general public. Program will resume in just a moment.
Oh, I get introduced. I don't have to introduce myself. Awesome. Works for me.
Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. Back from the break, our second panel will address how agencies can improve access to scientific information. Moderating this panel will be Dr. Francesca Griffo, Senior Scientist and Science Policy Fellow at the Union of Concerned Scientists and former Senior Scientist and Director of UCS's Scientific Integrity Program. Thank you, Francesca.
Thank you very much, and welcome back from the break. It's great to have you all here. It's great to have all of you here. What I wanted to do before I introduce the panel and begin the Q&A session and my questions for the panel is just frame the issue a little bit. And fortunately, the earlier panel did that quite well. But I just want to go back and just for a minute remind us that we do have an incredible framework of openness that was set very early on in this administration. On January 21st of 2009, the very newly elected president issued a memorandum for the heads of executive departments and agencies on transparency and open government. Some of the great language in that was, "My administration is committed to creating an unprecedented level of openness in government. We will work together to ensure the public trust and establish a system of transparency, public participation, and collaboration. Openness will strengthen our democracy and promote efficiency and effectiveness in government." I mean, I got shivers when I heard that and read that. Following that, in December of 2009, the director of OMB issued the Open Government Directive that asked agencies to do three things: publish government information online, improve the quality of government information, institutionalize a culture of open government, and create an enabling policy framework for open government. In addition, just about a year ago, the government released its Open Government Partnership National Action Plan for the USA. And just about a week ago, a number of NGOs, and I think two of the authors are here, one was on the last panel, released a progress report on how well the national plan was being implemented. The good news is that many parts of the plan have commenced. They've started. They're underway. The sad news is that very few of the commitments could be checked off as done, as finished, which makes sense. As Angela said earlier, it's an enormous ship to turn and very difficult to make these changes. But in addition, on March 9th in 2009, President Obama issued a presidential memorandum on scientific integrity, emphasizing the importance of science in guiding administration decisions and the importance of ensuring that the public trusts the science behind those decisions. In it, he highlighted 6 principles of scientific integrity that would be at the core of this administration's approach to policymaking, including, and I quote, "Except for information that is properly restricted from disclosure under procedures established in accordance with statute, regulation, executive order, or presidential memorandum, each agency should make available to the public the scientific or technological findings or conclusions considered or relied on in policy decisions." And all of this, of course, would be overseen by OSTP, or the Office of Science and Technology Policy. And the last piece I'll mention is in December of 2010, OSTP released a memorandum to the heads of departments and agencies, and that directive instructs federal agencies and departments to come up with detailed scientific integrity plans that include giving the public better access to the science considered in making policy decisions, establishing principles for conveying scientific and technological information to the public, and clarifying government scientists' right to share their research and scientific analysis with the public and the press. So the framework is there and has been there for, 2, 3, 4 years, depending on where you mark the starting point. So I would like to explore with our wonderful panelists. My first question will be, why is this so hard? Why is it that, we have made some progress? What are the barriers? What are the challenges around improving access to scientific information in your agencies? Our panelists are Miriam Nisbet, Director of the Office of Government Information Services at the National Archives and Records Administration, Inez Tenenbaum, Chairman of the Consumer Product Safety Commission, Gina McCarthy, Assistant Administrator for EPA's Office of Air and Radiation, and Robert Haddad, Assessment and Restoration Division Chief of NOAA's Office of Response and Restoration. So with that, I will let you start that first question.
Thank you. Thank you, Francesca. Good morning, everyone. I think the panel just before this really did, as Francesca said, really set us up very nicely for this conversation. And we're almost, I think, going to sort of do a bad news, good news thing. And I hope we have plenty of time for the good news, because there is some good news. But I had to laugh. Let me just quickly say, my office at the National Archives and Records Administration is a new one in the federal government. We are what's colloquially called the Federal FOIA Ombudsman, and we were set up by Congress just very recently, open only 3 years, to look across the executive branch to see how agencies are doing and to look for ways to improve the administration of FOIA. That's in our statutory mandate. We also, for the first time, are providing mediation services to resolve disputes as an alternative to litigation, which also is a very, it's an innovative, and you might say, well, what took so long? Of course it would make sense to try and avoid litigation and make the process less adversarial, but it took a while to get there. So that's going to be my perspective, is really looking at how things can be improved. So I had to laugh when Angela Canterbury from POGO, and I'm going to sort of paraphrase here, but I don't think I'm too far off. She really sort of nailed it. She said that the Freedom of Information Act process is very confusing. It's too difficult to know how to use it. It takes too long. You get the runaround from too many agencies. There are too many archaic systems that don't interact, and there's too much secrecy, meaning too much classified information. I thought, well, okay, well, there go my remarks. All of those things are true, but I'd like to just put it in a little perspective, and then I'm going to look forward to hearing the others and also getting to the good news part. The federal government, the executive branch, and that's the only part of the federal government to which FOIA applies, by the way, not to Congress, not to the courts, but the executive branch. There are 100 departments and agencies, and of course they break down into many components as well. So it's a big government. Those agencies collectively get somewhere around 600 to 650,000 requests a year. And for smaller agencies that don't get a lot of requests, they are pretty good at, and some of them excel in getting responses out within the statutory time period, which is 20 working days. But for others, particularly departments such as Defense, Homeland Security, State Department, that are getting tens of thousands of requests a month, it is a really huge process and harder than it should be. So I'm just going to mention a couple of issues in addition to just the deluge of requests, which shouldn't be news to anybody. Our Freedom of Information Act is now about 45 years old. So we've had plenty of time to prepare for it. It's not like, oh my gosh, suddenly we have to respond to these things. But there is a little bit of an adversarial culture. There are not a lot of resources, as you can imagine, that are devoted to Freedom of Information Act. It is really an unfunded mandate. It is a sort of, in many places, other duties as assigned. And even where you have dedicated people who really believe in openness, transparency, accountability, and they love being able to be responsive, it's some very heavy lifting in some cases. So we'll talk about what we're doing to improve that.
Okay, my name's Inez Tenenbaum, and I've been chairman of the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission for 3 years. Prior to that, I was state superintendent of education in South Carolina. And as a state employee in South Carolina, I was very used to having a request, I want all your emails for the year 2005. So I was very flexible. I knew that when you assume a public role that all your documents are accessible, and that I supported the Freedom of Information Act, both state and the federal level. So in July 9th, 2009, I put out a press release introducing myself to the American public as the new chairman of the CPSC and spelling out my leadership agenda. And the very first goal I stated in the press release is I want the CPSC to be more accessible and transparent to parents and consumers, and that by pursuing this approach, we can give the public confidence that the CPSC is working openly and in their best interest. I believe that over the past 3 years, I've held true to this principle, and we've turned the CPSC in the right direction, making it more accessible to the public, making our meetings open, having our documents accessible, so that people know how to keep themselves safe from consumer products and know what we're doing at the CPSC. Now, there are some barriers, though, at the CPSC to getting information. Typically at the CPSC, if we are doing an investigation on a product, we will wait to the end of that investigation to release any kind of scientific information or documents. NHTSA, for example, however, will release the documents and the studies as their investigation progresses. Now, on the one occasion where we had a huge investigation, remember Chinese drywall? That took for months and months and months. We spent more resources to investigate the source of the emissions from Chinese drywall than any investigation the Commission had done previously. So we released those documents, those scientific studies, as they came in, so that the homeowners, the members of Congress, stakeholders would have access to all of our scientific studies. And actually, I think that's the best model, to release them as we receive them, even though we haven't reached a conclusion for the product. We have, as one of our, I don't really characterize it as a barrier, I characterize it as a hurdle we must jump in order to release documents, is under the Consumer Product Safety Act, we have a provision called 6B. And in 6B, if you are going to release any information about a product, you have to give notice to the company 15 days prior to releasing that information. And the company then can respond saying this study is not correct, or they can dispute our findings. But before we can even mention a company, and this holds true for Freedom of Information Act requests, that before we can release those documents, we have to let every company in those documents know 15 days ahead of release that the request has been made and we are going to release them to the public. They can take whatever actions they want, go to court, ask for an injunction, but that is something that we have as an extra step before we release the information. Now, we see this as it's just something that is part of our law, and we abide by it. But we have really worked hard, and we'll talk to you later as the panel progresses. I'll talk to you later about what we've done to make the information at the CPSC more accessible.
I'm Gina McCarthy. I'm the Assistant Administrator at EPA. I first want to thank Francesca for recognizing the way in which President Obama came out quickly and strongly to confirm his commitment to open government. and to ensure that the agencies were making transparency a fundamental tenet. I will tell you, as a person who has been in the environmental field for 35 years now, I knew that I was going to EPA at a time when their credibility as a scientific entity was being questioned. And it was incredibly important to have the president stand up and verify that we weren't going to be afraid of scientific data. We weren't going to be afraid to collect it, and we were going to relish the opportunity in good government to get that information into the hands of the public. One of the challenges we have been facing, and we'll go through this in the opportunity section, is the ability to continue to manage our workload and to pursue our mission in the face of constantly decreasing budgets and challenges associated with the complexity of the work we do. And one of the biggest challenges we face is all of the disinformation that is so readily available to the public, that entities like EPA that has scientific credibility need to speak loudly and clearly. They need to put the data out so people can analyze it themselves, take a look at it, understand what it means for them, for their business, for the way in which they live their lives. And so they can challenge decisions that are being made effectively, so that as political issues change and as those that are making decisions change, there is a constant ability to question whether government is doing what it's supposed to do. It is a fundamental tenet of democracy. We are not being led by our government leaders. We are being led by what's necessary for the people to make decisions effectively. So it's been incredibly important for us to raise that issue up to the level that the president raised it and to keep it up there for EPA so we can do our jobs effectively. And we have been doing that. What I will say is that there are significant barriers to this. One I mentioned a little bit is that, you know, I'm a person of the 60s. I'm giving away my age. Information still is power, right? So there is a natural tendency to want to hold information to those who are in power. But again, it's important for us to get the information out there, even though it will challenge us, even though we may not be able to answer all of the questions that will arise from that data being released. And we need to be unafraid of that, because that is what makes us better. That is what promotes change. That is what pushes our thinking and our ability to advise people about the decisions that we are making in government and how well we are doing. But the challenges we're faced with: lack of authority. We're faced with a Congress that doesn't particularly always want us asking questions of facilities and putting burdens on them. So we have legal authority challenges. And we have a definite need to have government at all levels, and I've worked with each of them, so I'm not being mean to any of them. We need to get into this century in terms of our ability to collect data and to analyze it and to get it out. We are dealing with archaic systems that we don't have an ability to gather information electronically, to analyze it quickly, to do data quality the way that we need to do it, and to get it out to the public in a way that's understandable, that's useful to them. And some of that, I think, may be on purpose, but lots of it is just because we have resource challenges. And we're trying to address those at this point, and we can take a look at that on the opportunity side. The other issue is that the amount of data that the federal government collects is huge. We need to be careful not to inundate the public with more information that they can consume. We need to be careful to focus on the information that's most important for people so that that's collected effectively and released effectively. And we always have to worry about confidential business information, especially EPA, and the protections that are afforded to companies to protect their business interests, which is extremely critical to maintain the economic competitiveness of our business entities, but it also impacts our ability to be able to speak to issues as broadly and as clearly as we need to speak to them. And the last issue I want to mention on this end is that, you know, and I've mentioned it before, but the public is dying for truth. They are dying for facts. in the absence of facts and truthfulness, they will listen to anyone that says anything. And they will begin to embrace those issues as if they had scientific credibility. It is amazing how ingenious individual advocates are at developing web pages with names like they look like they know what they're talking about. And so government like EPA that is relied upon to speak with scientific credibility, to understand technologies and technical information, and that's really whose mission is to protect public health and the environment using scientifically credible data. If we don't speak clearly, then people will listen, and we will all of a sudden be faced, as we are today, with a wealth of disinformation and no ability to be able to speak clearly in ways that a democracy requires. And that is the challenge that we are facing today. That is of a magnitude that we have never seen before.
Wow, that was amazing. Good morning. Thank you for providing an opportunity for me to speak. I come from NOAA. I'm going to give you a different level view, not one from somebody who has to deal at the big policy level, perhaps, but somebody who has to deal with actual gathering the data, interpreting the data, and then putting the data out. At NOAA, we, of course, are dealing with a lot of natural systems. So one of the big challenges we find is this dynamic of putting information out versus interpreting the data immediately. My biggest job these days is running the damage assessment for the Deepwater Horizon oil spill. And I know many of you can remember back to those early days when there was a lot of information that was being put in the newspapers, thrown up onto the websites. There is a tremendous need to make sure that when the government puts information out for public consumption, that it's quality data, we talked a little bit about that there's some content. And so there's a dynamic there. When you're running to gather data, you don't have a lot of time to start interpreting that data or put it into a context. So we've got those challenges as we go through, at least in disasters, hurricanes, oil spills, such like that. The other thing is that as we collect the long-term data trends, we all know we can go to any part of a long-term data trend, truncate it at this end or that end, and make it say what we want it to say. So it's really important to understand the uncertainty in the data. And collecting and dealing with uncertainty in data means that you have to continue to develop that data, analyze those data, and ultimately be able to provide those data in some format. So I agree that if any of you have gone to the government websites, you will see a plethora of portals. There are ocean portals, there are climate portals, there are drought portals, there are portals for almost everything that's out there. And there is a lot of information that's out there on the web. Some of it has actually been put into a digestible format, whether you were keen of following Hurricane Isaac and where that was going and how it was going, that information was there. Critical for the nation in terms of responding, preparing, getting out of the way. But the challenges, coming back to some discussions that happened in the first panel, I think are cultural. So I'm going to be that person who the guy from the paper just called and said, Dr. Haddad, I'd like to talk to you about, and I talked to him, and then I realized that what I've said and what he's printed don't mesh very well. So yep, I can go back and then try to correct that. But over the ensuing years, you tend to shy away from those discussions. So I think there is an intersection that government, especially the science part of government, should start dealing with the public press of how can we develop better scientific integrity policies. You've heard of those before, and I'll come back to those later in the panel. But how can a scientist who's working on something as controversial, if you're into bluefin tuna and endangered species, as bluefin tuna, sit and talk to a reporter, tell him what his studies are saying, and then try to put it in the context of the larger population of those bluefin tuna. It becomes very challenging very quickly. I cannot be as eloquent as you were, but all of the issues, I actually came from industry. I haven't gotten to NGOs yet. I was very impressed with your new director. He's gotten to NGOs and into NOAA. But I did come back to government about 5 years ago to do exactly what people who are talking about this morning. That is, come into the government to do good science in the public interest. And in my 5 years, I guess I have been fortunate, although some might not see going through Deepwater Horizon as a fortunate event, but I have been fortunate to be most of that time working under Dr. Lubchenco. And Dr. Lubchenco's focus on science within the organization, it really has freed a lot of folks to actually publicly discuss what they're doing, and again, as we'll talk later, to actually develop and implement a policy on that.
Great, thank you very much. I just want to remind people that if you're catching us on the webcast, you can email in questions, and I don't know, are we handing out cards so that you can start to pull those questions in? The second question, as you've already alluded to, is, what's the good news? I mean, what's something that, somehow you've been able to overcome these challenges, something you're proud of, excited about, that really does improve access to this information? And I want to say, just to start with a positive, that I think one of the positive things that we started with that you've alluded to is, we have great agencies with great leadership. And I think that's a really exciting place to start. So,
well, and leadership is key. What you really have to have in every single department and agency is someone at the top saying, this is a priority. Gina said it very eloquently. I will say it again. But we're lucky in this country that we have a framework. We have the Freedom of Information Act. It is a foundational part of our democracy, access to information. We're very fortunate right now that people are all over the place talking about open government and proactive disclosure and smart disclosure of data. Are we where we want to be with that? No, but this is a really good way to start breaking down those barriers and getting the information out there. That having been said, we are never going to be without the need for something like a Freedom of Information Act. The idea that people out there are going to be perfectly happy to just have what the government decides they need to have that's not the way it's going to work. That's not the way it should work. It's really important for people to still say, okay, you've got all of these data sets out there, and I appreciate the fact that a lot of agencies are trying really hard, but you know what? There's some questions that we have, and there's some information we'd like to have, and it's not out there yet, and here's how we'd like to get it. So FOIA remains really important. So another good news is that in our country at least, we have a pretty good tradition of about every 10 years, Congress makes some really important changes to make the law work better. So nobody thinks it's perfect. People think, yes, it can always be improved. Another thing that Bob mentioned is that we are fortunate now to have a really strong non-governmental organization community. The FOIA requester community is strong, it's vocal, it's an advocate for improving things further, and people are listening to that community. And we're working together. So another key point. The last thing I'd like to mention that Angela did give a little bit of preview on in the previous panel is a project that is going to launch actually next week, October 1, and it is the first time there's been a multi-agency FOIA portal, yet another portal, but it's going to be called FOIA Online, and it's going to be the first step in trying to ensure that there is an easy one place that people can go to make requests without having to know, do you need to go to NOAA, or do you go to the big Department of Commerce, or do you go to EPA where do you go for this information, and a place that will enable anyone to see what requests have already been made and what records have been released in response to that. Agencies do that now, but you have to go to every single individual website or be really lucky with your search engine. So, good news.
In 2008, Congress passed the Consumer Product Safety Improvement Act, and it mandated in that act that the Consumer Product Safety Commission create a publicly searchable database where people could enter their experiences with consumer products online. So we created saferproducts.gov in 2011 and launched it. And now we have 10,000 entries of people telling us their experiences with products. Now, the birth of that database was not without major pain. First of all, internally, it was very contentious, and to get the rule finished, to create the database, took a great deal of patience and many publicly debated sessions within the commission. And then after we launched it, there was a move in the House to defund it. They didn't like what they had told us to do. So thank goodness that the Senate came through and it's funded, and I think now it's all settled down, but you can go on that database for the first time and find out information about consumer products. When I came to the commission, we did not have our commission meetings held in public. Our decisions were made by ballot. Now, several chairmen before me, before I came in, 10 years ago, all of our meetings used to be public. And then a commissioner came in and decided that they would be by ballot, which meant that we didn't have our packages online for people to see before we voted on it, the staff package on a rule. So I made them public again, and I have them streaming online in real time so that you can watch them. They're not always pretty. They're very contentious. Sometimes I feel like we're family fighting over an estate in public. But, you know, I'd rather have not pretty and open than trying to make it all look good and the public not have access. So we used to meet weekly. Now we've done most of the rules on the CPSA. We don't meet as often, but they are all archived if you want to go look at them. One of the things that being online is having meetings in the open and letting our scientists present their findings. Recently, we had rare earth magnets, and our scientists came forward and presented their findings on what they consider the hazards of rare earth magnets. We give our scientists the opportunities to testify in public. Believe it or not, under the CPSA, there is a provision that Congress put in our law saying that the CPSC will allow its scientists to participate in professional committees and to publish papers. We had to be told to do that. And that I found absolutely amazing. Our scientists should be given the opportunity to grow as much professionally, to use their expertise, to be influential, to speak openly about their beliefs. And that's how, when I came in, I gave this information to our scientists and said, please participate in areas where you have expertise. I fully support the President's initiative that encouraged us to be open and transparent. We are, like I said, posting our staff briefings prior to our rulemaking meetings, and people have access like they haven't in a number of years. We have an open government website. We have a person, Scott Wolfson, who's in the back of the room, who's our open government representative. And we make more data open to the public and accessible than any of my predecessors did. I fully support, and you have to have a leader, a person in the chairman's position that believes in open government who will make this happen. Because if you don't, there are all kinds of little slippery slopes, like let's vote by ballot and so forth, where the public doesn't have access. Or you can intimidate even career people by the way you project yourself. And people don't feel as open to participate or share their research. So I hope that our people, our well-learned scientists at the Consumer Product Safety Commission, our other professionals, feel free to participate, and I certainly have made that clear. We have published more papers in the last few years. For example, cadmium on children's jewelry is a new one that we just finished, and all the heavy metals that were being found in children's products. So it has to be a directive from the President to the agencies, and the agency directors and commissioners have to feel strongly. Otherwise, I don't think the access is there to the degree that it should be.
This is the fun part, so we can move on from the barriers to the opportunities, because as you can tell, I really like data and I want to get it out. And one of the things that I've learned in government for 35 years is that I've been in all kinds of panels that talk about innovation in government, and frankly, government isn't innovative. It's sort of an oxymoron. That's the reason why, is because innovation is a groundswell of issues. It begins at the grassroots and it works its way up. Government functions best when the people demand things to happen, not when we try to force it down. And so it's incredibly challenging to figure out how to get data to generate momentum that's going to push you to do things you should be doing anyways, but you don't have the room to do it in a political system. That's effective government, is listening and trying to drive information. So let me tell you how EPA has looked at this issue for a while, because we're not sort of new at this, I will tell you. And so let me give you a few hints and then focus on one issue in particular. Energy Star. Now, I cannot tell you how many people think Energy Star is a DOE program. It is not. It is actually an EPA clandestine effort to get people to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. How cool is that? You think you're buying an appliance that's incredibly efficient, and you are, but you're also reducing your greenhouse gas footprint, which for all of us is a big win. So in the area of climate, there is nothing more engaging as an opportunity to present people with information, because every time you emit a ton of greenhouse gas emissions, you are admitting an inefficiency in your system. That's why it's so cool to use our incentive-based programs to get information to individuals on how they can behave differently. And the funny secret about this is, and if you can't tell, if you can't keep secrets, go for a little while, is that Energy Star has provided the basis and the momentum for minimum standards at DOE. Because as we're incentivizing improvements in efficiency, they can be underpinned by government regulations, which level the playing field and move from there. Similarly, we have a program called, it's called Natural Gas Star Program, right? It's about reducing methane from oil and gas industry. And the reason I'm mentioning it has been enormously successful in identifying best management practices. It is an incentive-based program, just voluntary. We pat on the back the leaders in that field. But as a result, we create leadership. We understand what best management practices are, and we use that data to underpin the U.S.'s first regulation to manage hydraulic fracturing. It was to reduce methane emissions at gas wells in the transmission system associated with that, because we were regulating volatile organic compounds in a way that we understood what we could do based on the leadership in the oil and gas industry that we had been working with for decades under our Natural Gas Star program. That's how you marry these issues of understanding data, incentivizing it. One more example, Air Now. Do you watch the news and the weather? Have you seen all of the stuff every morning that shows you whether it's what the air quality is by whether it's red, green, or yellow? That is data that EPA gathers, that is data that we have that's credible and that is in people's hands, and that allows them, allows people and families, if they have an asthmatic child, to know whether that child should be going outdoors that day, whether or not they should be participating in outdoor athletic events, whether the elderly should be going out for their morning constitution or staying in. It impacts people's lives. It's available. It's easy to understand. It's color-coded. How much cooler does that get? And then if you look at this, I went to Beijing last year. And actually, I went to Beijing because we do a lot of air quality work with them. The week I went happened to be the week following a massive problem they had because we put an air monitor on the embassy in the US and we started measuring and tweeting for our own employees what the air quality was like in Beijing that day, based on the particulate matter, fine particulates, that the Chinese government wasn't making readily available to its citizens, and all of a sudden everybody in Beijing was looking at the U.S. Embassy webpage and accessing that data and wondering why their government doesn't give it to them. How cool was that? I was so welcomed with open arms when I went there. No, I was actually. We have been working with them ever since, and they are beginning to measure PM fines. They are beginning to understand that it's necessary, and they're beginning to embrace challenges associated with reducing that. Information, again, is power. Now, I will mention one more thing. And it's the primo thing that I think is really exciting, is that back in 2008, Congress, anticipating legislative action on climate change, I wish they were correct, actually told EPA we needed to start gathering information on greenhouse gas emissions from the largest emitters in the industrial sectors. So EPA has been very busy gathering that data, and last year was the first time we were able to release data. And every industry that is emitting in excess of 25,000 tons a year is required to report. We went through a very large effort to understand what data they should be submitting to us, how they should calculate that data and make it available to us. This year we have the remaining 12 sectors, so we're up to more than 40 sectors are reporting to us, around 10,000 reporters, and that information is being collected and disseminated by EPA. Now, let me tell you the cool thing about that. Remember we talked about investment and needing the right tools? That information is being collected in an interactive way. We are collecting it electronically, and it's sort of like when you report to the IRS your tax forms, they don't let you make mistakes. This doesn't let you make mistakes. So in other words, if you're putting in an amount of emissions that we think is outside the boundaries of reality, it questions you. It tells you you can't do it. It corrects problems before they're submitted to the agency. So last year, the first year of reporting, we not only had an electronic data system that was able to collect this, but it was so interactive that we were able to release the data within 4 months. And it was quality controlled. That is a remarkable achievement for a government entity that is managing a national program. As a result of that information, we also put on our webpage, and please go check it out because it's really cool. The information is available with all kinds of tools that you yourself can use to dissect that information. You will have an ability to download it and analyze it any way you want. So it's not up to us to tell you how to use it. It's up to you to figure out the ways in which you can use it to generate opportunities for greenhouse gas emissions. So we have found immediately communities are using it to understand where the larger emitters are. States are using it to meet their own requirements because we worked with them to make sure we didn't have duplicative or systems that we work together. We have had researchers that are using that data that's funded by NSF and others to look at how you maximize co-benefits when you're looking at traditional pollutants to get greenhouse gas benefits maximized. We also have academics using it. We have press associated with that. So all of a sudden, your largest greenhouse gas emitters aren't able to stand in the background anymore. They're front and center. You yourself can see who the top 10 emitters are. First day, it was very clear that power plants are up here, everybody else is down here. Gives us an ability, again, room to make the tough decisions and choices we need to make in government on where we begin to regulate and where we take our time and how we manage our programs. And lastly, it has informed the U.S. government, EPA's ability to put an inventory out that is double-checked. So as we do the U.S. Inventory for greenhouse gases, that feeds into all of the international efforts. We are able to double check our data, to update it, to make sure we have the data available to us. And it also allows us to structure our voluntary or incentive-based programs effectively. So if I know and can disseminate information to industry sectors that show that there are leaders, it points out an avenue not just of others to follow because they care about the environment and their footprint, but for others to follow because they care about their bottom line. Again, every time you emit a ton, you are admitting inefficiencies, and they can be big profit benefits to individuals who pay attention, and we're going to make sure they do. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm at the wrong part of this line, aren't I? Well, we've got a couple things, and I know our time is getting a little short, but a couple things that I wanted to highlight in terms of what I think are very exciting things at NOAA. We collect an awful lot of information across the natural sciences, but one of the most important things that's happened in the last few years with Dr. Lubchenco coming in, being one of the premier ecologists in the country and scientists, promoting heavily, has been to actually get through and put out and publish a scientific integrity policy. And it's on the web, and we all have it, and there's training for it within NOAA. But the exciting part is that this policy begins to change that culture, that big ship that convinces people that my science is really cool. And not only do I need to do it well, because I've always been a scientist and I want to do my science well, but now this is a policy that says if we're not doing the sciences as good as we should be doing, we have a way to go back up the chain and say, we're going to need more dollars to do this better, to do this right. And then once we get it done, it allows me to go out and talk about it. All I have to do is let the public know that as I'm talking about it, that my opinions are my opinions, are not necessarily the agency's opinions. And whether that's in public in a meeting or to the press. So it's a very open scientific policy, and we're already seeing a lot of very interesting changes in the culture. I'll just give you one quick one, and that is that in leading the natural resource damage assessment, and I won't go into all of the trials and tribulations of that, but suffice it to know that the natural resource damage assessment process is a legal process, which means at the end of the day, I will either settle a claim through the Justice Department with BP and the other responsible parties, or we'll go to court and we'll fight it out. So in that context, I am collecting a lot of information. I am developing legal strategies that I will likely have to use in a court of law. Now, the last thing I want to be able to do is, if you play poker, nobody likes to play poker like this, where the other guy is getting to see all of your cards and you haven't really thought them through. Yet at the same time, there's a lot of information as we work through the process and we do it cooperatively that the other side's seeing already. So very early on, even before this integrity policy came about, in fact, it was kind of one of the things that jump-started it for us, was we put a lot of the information, once it was QA/QC'd and once it was complete, up on the web. And not only did we put it on the web, we actually put it on the web in the next thing that I'm pretty excited about, and that is developing some common operational pictures, a geospatial framework in which to look at all this spatial data. Keep in mind that in the Gulf spill, we had oil covering hundreds of thousands of square miles of ocean surface. We had oil impacting the water column from a mile deep all the way to the surface, and over 1,000 miles, linear miles of shoreline. So you need to be able to not just dump data sets into people's hands, you need to be able to give them some context of where those data are coming from. And so that's the second thing, and we've been able to develop it. And Gina, you're very right, it's not a top-down, it's a bottom-up issue, and it's a bottom-up issue that came out of our group trying to develop better tools for us to manage oil spills and to give us a better sense of where we were collecting information, what data we really needed, what was baseline data, what was real data. And that ultimately grew in a very short time to the common operating picture that was used by the United States. And anybody can go see that now. It's up on data.gov or it's on restorethecoast.gov. And you can all pull it up. If you're a scientist, you can go back behind it, look at the metadata, look at the data itself. and a peek down the road for those of you who are really geeky like me, is that when we settle this case, there will be a data warehouse that will allow you to interactively look at a place, ask, show me all the information that was collected in that area between time A and time B, and it'll pull it forward for you to be able to ingest into any type of analysis system you have. So from talking with folks down in the Gulf, the scientists down there, they're very excited about that. So those kinds of things kind of come out of a culture that's really built on science and on open science. And just in closing, I am trying to prepare a case. And there are injuries that have occurred for which the American people need to be compensated. So it's always a challenge when I wake up in the morning and I get an email that says, prominent NOAA scientist states no problems with bluefin tuna. I'm like, oh my God, there goes half of my case. But when we talk to them, we say, look, the point is that if that's what your data are showing, that's what your data are showing. I'm going to face that when I get to court anyway from the other side. All we want to know is, let us know you're going to go out with that the day before, just so we don't wake up in the morning and hit ourselves on the heads. But with all of that, I think that looking at using science in a way that not only is transparent within government, but also then transparent external to government, really helps us. And there are a few other examples that if we get into in the questions, I'll be happy to follow up.
Great, thank you. At first I was terrified because I thought, okay, we have 15 minutes left, how am I going to fit all these in? But in fact, most of them are the same question, and you can fill in the agency. Blank forbids staff to speak to reporters without being tracked and or monitored by the Public Information Office. Why is blank doing this, since only about 2 other administrations have had these restrictions?
Well, for NOAA, that's not true. That's actually false. That's in our scientific integrity policy. We don't have to be tracked by anybody. If I get called by a reporter, I can respond to the reporter. Again, making it clear what the agency's position is versus what my opinion of the data are.
Yeah, and it does vary, I think, a great deal.
I think it's good to coordinate within your own agency, but I think it's also good to give people opportunities who have done the research in this area. And so the one person doesn't have to be the spokesperson all the time, but it's a shared responsibility, but it needs to be coordinated so that the most appropriate person with the greatest amount of information speaks.
I feel like I've talked enough, I'm sorry. Yapping away.
That question was meant for her.
Well, the one I read was, but as I say, there were about 9 people asking the same question, so why don't you dive in?
Oh, sure, I'll answer the question. EPA has a policy of open transparency. I think that EPA has done the best job it can to give the scientists a platform it needs to speak the truth and develop the data. There is no question that EPA carefully manages EPA's business, which means that not everybody has the credibility within the agency to speak to everything going on in the agency. And some of the difficulties EPA has had recently is we have people who aren't scientists who work for EPA who decide to speak for the scientists. And so it's never easy to work in a large agency that has many scientists. But we work very hard to make sure that the science is carefully considered, and that we project that as truthfully as we possibly can and provide an opportunity for our scientists to continue to excel at what they do.
Just since we got so many questions on that, I just want to pose a follow-up, which would be, so what should a reporter do? I mean, is there a place where the buck stops, that if they try to get to a scientist and can't, what do they do about that? And again, none of this was really directed at you. I don't have to, it was these other agencies, so you don't have to dive in, but you may.
Okay, I'll hear what everybody else has to say, and then.
Well, the request and the questions come through the Office of Communication, and that's when it's determined who has the most experience and expertise to reply. We really have We've not had that problem internally. What we have is commissioners creating their own blogs and putting information about the agency that we've never had before out there in a very personal way. And I think with the social media, is it appropriate for a person in the executive branch who's on a commission to have their own blog to comment? It's First Amendment. I guess the answer is yes. So.
Again, we work through our communication shop as well and identify the right person to answer the right questions, the folks with the right technical and scientific background.
Yeah, and I'd say that's the same question for a general inquiries that come in for NOAA as well, because there has to be a single place where they can, I have got questions on X. Okay, well, let me find those X. But again, if I have a question on you know, Joe's paper that was just published in Science last week, you can pick that phone up and call Joe and ask him about his paper.
You know, can I just add, the only thing I would say that human beings remain human beings just because they're government employees, it doesn't change that. You know, we're all advocates of what we believe in, and we all look at data in a way that you know, is our own personal way of looking and relating to the world. But it is the job of the agency to make sure that our personalities don't get in the way of really discussing the science in a way that maintains the agency's credibility. And that's the balance that we try to bring to it, is to just make sure that we're really providing factual information, not a layer of assessment that is based on someone's personal interests or advocacy.
Yeah. No,
but Gina, that's a challenge I think we have. I think that if you go back into NOAA 7, 8 years ago, in fact, I think it was your guys who did the questionnaire, and out of that questionnaire, at least of NOAA scientists, was a feeling that they were not allowed to speak their mind, that they were, in essence, being stymied in terms of providing information that they believed was appropriate. And so I will tell you, without a fact, coming into government 5 years after spending the rest of my life in industry and academia, there are no more passionate scientists that I have ever met than the folks that I work with at NOAA. And every one of those is there because they are concerned about our resources and the public's resources. And so it's real important to then have that leadership layer come in and say, yes, indeed, you can, you know, express yourselves, and we're not going to put a gag in your mouth within the confines that each agency needs to do the work that it needs to do.
And actually, I'm going to close that question out because we don't have much time, but I will say that I think, you know, we get a lot of those calls from reporters as well when they get stymied, and I think it would be incredibly useful for there to be a place that isn't public affairs where that buck could stop when they do, because as you say, people are people, it happens, and right now it's sort of like, okay, so who do we call? It's fine that you call us, you can keep calling us, but I think, you know, to have some place identified in the agencies.
Well, also, let me just put in a plug. Please do get to know who the Freedom of Information Act officer is. That is still an incredibly important point person in all of this, particularly for public disclosure. And it doesn't hurt to have already established some sort of a relationship so you can actually talk about where you might go, where the records are, and who's missing from the picture.
I'm going to try and squeeze in one more question because I think it's just it's the other elephant that's in the room, I think, for a lot of us in the audience. And I'll just read the question, it's the most pointed one I got. OSTP deserves credit, but doesn't OMB and Department of Justice function as a politically connected and secret kill switch for federal executive branch disclosure policies and initiatives? So it's a tough question, but I think, you know, obviously the centralization and the other parts of the, you know, executive branch are out there. How do you cope with those? Sorry.
Well, I'm atypical in that we are an independent agency, and so we don't, we operate independently. We make our own judgment calls about what our message is and what what information to share, which, you know, we are open and transparent. But so I don't have, do not feel like OMB or Justice Department has ever quelled anything we want to. I know they haven't. we want to release. So that's not an issue for an independent agency.
I think it's very easy because OMB does, and this is not this administration, this is every administration for decades, it does do that interagency review, particularly for anything going to Congress, legislative fixes, that sort of thing. I mean, unless you're an independent agency, but for those agencies that are not, I mean, that is a whole process that's been in place, and people, I think, may tend to think because of that process, somehow there is this stop switch. I'm not sure quite
Kill
what
switch.
Kill switch. At the same time, these are particularly, certainly OMB, Department of Justice, other major players in the whole information scheme are very much charged with carrying out the President's directives, not only on openness, transparency, collaboration, but also on the Freedom of Information Act, on scientific integrity. Those are the marching orders. And it's their job to make sure that these things happen.
I can speak with a little authority on this because for the past 3.5 years, I think that my office has put through more rulemakings than probably most of government combined because the Cleaner Act is very challenging. So I will tell you, here's how it works. At EPA, when we develop rules, we have a very large and open policy to allow folks from all throughout the agency to participate in that. So we get the wealth of opinions. Does everybody also see that always have their opinion carry? No. But it goes into the rulemaking process, and we engage it, and it goes over to the Office of Management and Budget. And I will tell you that I know there's always been questions raised about OMB because they ask very tough questions. It is not an easy process to get through the interagency review process. But frankly, I don't know how else one would do it. I mean, in a government, you need to have those viewpoints expressed. You need to understand how people are viewing that. You need to look beyond your own mission to understand the implications of the work that you do. And it has made us and compelled us to be better and better. And I have been at numerous hearings in front of congressional panels, subcommittees and full committees, and I feel confident about being able to talk about the rules that we have done because we have been heavily scrutinized and I've already been asked and answered those questions. In my opinion, under this administration, that's been a tenet of good government.
All right, I think we have a wonderful next speaker coming up, so I want to thank this panel very much. It was great. Appreciate their time.
It's so nice to meet you. I'm going to give you my card.
Well, thank you, Francesca, as well for a really interesting panel. And I would just, before introducing...
Oh, my Lord, you're there. He's my congressman. He's one of the faces I look at when I'm testifying. A happy face.
Before introducing our secret final speaker, who will be revealed to you in a moment, I would like to just say something about the last panel. There is an obligation on scientists, too. Many scientists, I was an agency scientist and have worked with many agency scientists, and sometimes there's reluctance to speak out. I have to check with public affairs, even though that may not be a requirement. People can be gun-shy, particularly in a regulatory environment. I used to work in fisheries. There's never any controversy there because fishermen are so easy to deal with. And so but there is an obligation on scientists to be willing to speak out. It's not always the case that it's the agency machinery that's closing that out. So our final speaker, in case you had not guessed, is a national champion for science in the public interest. He is the top Democrat on the House Natural Resources Committee and a senior member of House Energy and Commerce Committee with more than 36 years of experience on the Hill, and he may be the single most influential House Democrat on national energy policy. He has amassed an unparalleled record of energy legislative achievements, including the 2007 fuel economy law, which will increase fuel economy standards to 54.5 miles per gallon by 2025. And in 2009, the Congressman partnered with Representative Henry Waxman to write the landmark Waxman-Markey bill, the most important energy and climate bill ever to pass the House. A leader on telecommunications issues as well, Congressman Markey has also championed the cause of openness and competition on the Internet, ensuring that the digital revolution gives citizens better access to information. Aware of the power of science and information, he's made sure that people with life-threatening illnesses can find medical trials that offer them hope of survival, and that consumers know about dangerous products. And when the BP well blew out in the Gulf of Mexico, he took steps to ensure that people could see it, scientists could measure it, and the responsible parties could be brought to justice for it. Ladies and gentlemen, Congressman Ed Markey.
Thank you, Andy, so much. And Andy's brother worked for Jimmy Siegel, state representative from Brookline, in 1975, and Andy was the little brother, so just a little brother hanging around. And Emily Spitzer, Eliot Spitzer's big sister, was my intern. They were both juniors at Harvard, Paul Rosenberg and Emily Spitzer. So there were two little brothers hanging around. I don't know what happened to them, okay? Andy Rosenberg and Eliot Spitzer. But they both came from superior families, and it's great to see you, Andy, and thank you all for having me here today. Kevin Knobloch and Alden Meyer, this all-star cast of people who I see around here. I'm going to stop right there, but it's just a tremendous gathering of people. They say that sunshine is the best disinfectant, but science is too, to inform the public and to hold everyone accountable. And that's what this gathering is all about. And I congratulate you, Andy, on your new position as the director of the Center for Science and Democracy. I'm sure that this new endeavor will add to the Union of Concerned Scientists' long legacy of promoting science in the public interest, and I look forward to working with you and UCS to make it a success. I'm also thrilled to be speaking here at the museum. I hear they already are prepping their exhibit on the 2012 election coverage. Mitt Romney's section is a joint effort with the Spy Museum, sponsored by Mother Jones. So I think 53% of you got that joke. And as for the other 47%, well, I don't have to worry about you, actually. So, so there's no problem. It's heartening to see that even though the special interest may have Citizens United here in this room and joining on the internet, we have scientists united. So let me start with a story. Imagine for a moment that government scientists have evidence of terrible consequences created by a seemingly miraculous solution to an age-old problem. This work remains little known for years until a popular author reveals it in a best-selling book. The revelations fan the flames of already smoldering concerns. The public demands answers from their leaders. A new social movement is born. New legislation is passed. New agencies are created. Of course, this audience recognizes the story isn't fiction. It is the story of Rachel Carson and her book, Silent Spring. The 50th anniversary of its publication is Thursday, and it is worth reflecting on it at the conclusion of this symposium on improving citizen access to government scientific information. Rachel Carson took the work of scientists in the Fish and Wildlife Service and made the impact of pesticides personal. Her book and media appearances became the conduit for government science to the public. She empowered people to come together and demand change. From the problems Carson detailed with DDT and other pesticides, to the hazard of tobacco smoke, to the evidence of human disruption of the climate system, government-sponsored research has been crucial to the exposure and understanding of these dangers. In turn, this scientific work has been used by citizens to galvanize action and pressure businesses and government to alter their products. Silent Spring tied public concerns about radioactive fallout from nuclear testing to other impacts on health and natural world that were becoming evident in post-World War II America. Its foundation on scientific studies was also reflected in the canon of environmental laws that were passed with bipartisan support in its wake. The underlying reliance on science is a bulwark against the anti-science attacks that infuse our national debate now. Rachel Carson was attacked by the chemical industry using a playbook that the tobacco industry first developed: discredit the messenger, foster doubt and denial about the science, and call for additional research. Whether it's harmful chemicals, tobacco use, or climate science, all too often the affected industries employ a 3D strategy: discredit, deny, and delay. So let me share a recent example. In 2011, the latest edition of the Biennial Report on Carcinogens was published by the Secretary of Health and Human Services. This is not a report developed in a bubble. It is among the most transparent chemical evaluation processes in government. It involves extensive review of the scientific literature, 3 interagency reviews of the product, 6 opportunities for public comment, and 2 external expert scientific reviews, including one by its Board of Scientific Counselors, which represents industry, government, and academic scientists. Although this is a purely scientific document, it was the first time that U.S. federal scientists classified formaldehyde as a known human carcinogen. Immediately, the chemical industry went to the press with claims that the report would lead to a loss of jobs, that the science was hijacked by politics. They bombarded the administration with letters and Congress with requests for hearings and legislative language that would soften the blow to the formaldehyde industry. A rider was subsequently included in the 2013 Labor, Health, and Human Services Appropriation Bill that would require funding for the report on carcinogens to be withheld until the National Academy of Sciences studies the study itself, a standard tactic used frequently to both discredit the original science and delay action on its findings. The intent of such efforts is all too clear. Make sure that any regulations, reports, or restrictions on this embalming fluid turn into dead letters. Public health issues aren't the only victims of the professional doubter playbook. After the stolen private emails of climate scientists were made public in the fall of 2009, opponents of actions to address climate change used the emails to question the scientists' motives and the science itself. They took emails, accurate emails about tree rings, and turned it into a tree ring circus on Fox and other friendly news outlets. This added to the attacks against the climate and clean energy legislation that Henry Waxman and I were able to get passed through the House and contributed to the Senate, failing to move their own legislation. By undermining the use of science in legislation and regulation, polluters are hindering our country's ability to address increasingly complicated challenges. By trying to discredit and hinder access to government-supported science, polluters are trying to rig the fight in favor of their shareholders' profits, not the common good. If there's anything we've learned over the last few years, it's that science cannot afford to be silent. Let me give you a few examples that illustrate the critical need of getting scientific information into the hands of both policymakers and the public. While climate science deniers used the stolen emails to land a punch at the end of 2009, Mother Nature followed up in 2010 with a year tied for the hottest on record. In the United States, 2011 saw a record-breaking 14 weather disasters that cost at least $1 billion in damage. We experienced the hottest July ever in the lower 48 states this year, which also closed out the hottest 12-month period ever for the continental United States. That heat contributed to massive drought and wildfires across this country. And a new report detailing the impacts of extreme weather and climate change by the Natural Resources and Energy and Commerce Democratic staff is out today, something that Henry Waxman and I asked the staffs to put together. The conclusion: global warming has stacked the deck with extra jokers, making some weather events more frequent and severe and increasing the chances of an event far outside the normal. Now, people know that something is not quite right about the weather. They sense something has changed, but without NOAA's 117-year record, the feeling that July was really hot would have remained just a feeling. Instead, we know it was the hottest July ever in the United States. Science is helping the public connect the dots between heat-trapping pollution and extreme weather. Mark Twain said that everybody talks about the weather, but nobody does anything about it. Well, Mark Twain was wrong. By burning fossil fuels, we are now pushing our weather to the extremes. We listen to what the paleontologists say about climate change, but increasingly Republicans are listening to Sarah, paleontologist. That is the problem, that science is not respected. Republicans even make jokes about climate change, as Mitt Romney did in his convention speech for too many people now in the Republican Party. Talking about science is like talking to an empty chair. There just is no conversation, which is possible. Mitt Romney used to believe in climate change. He wrote a book about it, No Apology. He included commentary in his book, No Apology. But it wasn't the Mitt Romney running for president as a Republican in 2012. Talking to this Mitt Romney about climate change would be a very difficult thing to do. That Mitt Romney used to actually use state funding in order to ensure that there was an investment in clean energy from 2002 to 2006 in Massachusetts. Science is also helping policymakers understand what to do about climate change. If we want to reduce pollution, then we need to know where it is coming from. You might not know that U.S. global warming pollution is falling. In fact, we are at a 16-year low in the United States in terms of the amount of global warming pollutants that we as a country are putting up into the atmosphere. Increasing efficiency, more renewables, and expensive natural gas are helping us lower our emissions now and giving us a pathway to the additional reductions necessary to help the world avoid catastrophic climate change. Over the last 5 years, coal as a generator of electricity has dropped from 51% of all of our electricity in the United States down to 35%, just in 5 years. Natural gas has gone from 21% up to 30%, with half of the greenhouse gas emissions as coal. Wind has gone from 1% of our electricity in 2008 to 4% of our electricity in 2012. There are going to be 3,200 new megawatts of solar installed in the United States this year alone, and upwards of 5,000 new megawatts of solar installed in the United States next year, as the price of both wind and solar collapse, making them more competitive by the month with traditional fossil fuels. So this is really a turning point, and it's only happening because of the energy level that is created by the science identifying these issues that require a response. Access to information can also help us avoid a climate catastrophe. It is also essential during an actual catastrophe. On April 20th, 2010, BP's Macondo well blew up. The explosion killed 11 men, sunk the Deepwater Horizon, and started a jet of oil a mile below the surface of the Gulf of Mexico that took 87 days to contain. While the pictures of the burning Deepwater Horizon were horrific, the ongoing disaster on the seafloor was almost impossible to see. Almost impossible. We learned it could be seen from the cameras of remotely operated subs that BP was using to assess and fix the blowout. When I learned of these videos, I knew the public needed to see them. I demanded that the public see them. I demanded that BP give me access to those cameras, and the spill cam was born. The image on the nightly news of the oil spewing from the broken riser pipe brought the spill into everyone's living room. It also got the attention of our nation's best scientists. Stephen Worley of Purdue University took this fluid imaging technology and figured out that the flow rate must be more than the 5,000 barrels per day that BP was claiming. Chris Reddy and Richard Camilli of the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute knew their underwater acoustic technology could help measure how much oil was spilling into the Gulf. These outside scientists joined with their government colleagues to use a range of technologies to determine the flow rate as accurately as possible. And what we learned was that the actual amount coming out of the BP Macondo well was 62,000 barrels of oil per day, rather than the 5,000 barrels which BP had contended was coming out. Determining the correct flow rate was more than an interesting science problem. It was critical to stopping the spill, cleaning up the oil that escaped, and ultimately holding BP accountable, since they will be fined for each barrel of oil that spilled into the Gulf. At 5,000 barrels per day, the fine is $2 billion. At 62,000 barrels per day, the fine is $22 billion. So transparency is important. Access to the information is important. It's important in terms of the fine and the deterrent it presents to other oil companies in the future, but it also ensures that the responders know how big the problem is. 5,000 barrels is a lot different than 62,000 barrels in terms of what you need to do in order to contain something, in order to put in place the protections against damage to the environment, damage to the fish, damage to those that live in the vicinity of this spill. All of it dependent upon transparency, all of it dependent upon information being put into the hands of the public. Catastrophes like the BP spill capture the attention of the nation, but it is the private catastrophes of illness and injury that consumes a family's attention and resources. And here again, people getting information is critical, even life-saving. In the late 1990s and early 2000s, a rash of news stories about hidden drug trials and corporate malfeasance led to a public outroar about the transparency of human clinical trials. High-profile examples included Paxil, Avandia, and Vioxx. which were highlighted in news reports about drug companies intentionally suppressing safety and efficacy concerns about their products. It was all too easy for ill-intentioned drug companies to take advantage of a lax regulatory system. And stuck in the crossfire were human subjects who volunteered for these life-saving medical studies. In 2007, Henry Waxman and I decided legislation was needed to hold drug companies accountable. It wasn't easy. Drug companies claimed that publicly providing information about their trials would make it easier for competition to scoop their development and steal their lucrative ideas. They peddled sob stories about losing the financial resources to research drug companies. The same thing, by the way, that natural gas companies say today with regard to the disclosure of which chemicals they're shooting down into the ground near the water table. Oh, it would be terrible if other companies could find out which chemicals they were using. But the public, of course, will have to be denied as well. That's always the cover which is used. Our legislative efforts, Henry Waxman and I working together, prevailed. Today, clinicaltrials.gov is widely accepted and a trusted resource that contains information on more than 130,000 clinical trials. Trials that can help a family find the most effective treatments for loved ones. Trials that can give hope to once hopeless cases. We want our families to be healthy and safe. And as with medical trials, there is a wealth of information on consumer product safety that can help prevent injury and death if people only know about it. In 2000 and again in 2003, the Consumer Product Safety Commission, known for its work in this area, documented cases of children suffering intestinal injuries after swallowing small but powerful magnets that had fallen out of toys. The public didn't know, and the CPSC did nothing. By mid-2005, after more reports of safety concerns associated with the magnets and 2 reports of serious life-threatening injuries, the public still didn't know, and the CPSC still did nothing. On Thanksgiving Day 2005, 22-month-old Kenny Sweet of Redmond, Washington, died after swallowing magnets that had fallen out of Magnetix toys. It was only after Kenny's death and an additional 4 hospitalizations that the CPSC finally gave the public an inkling of what was going on. But it took until April of 2007, after 7 years of reports of risks, numerous serious accidents, and a death, before a full recall of all the products was undertaken. And this was only one example of deaths and injuries that could have been avoided had people only known of the risks. But why was this? Why couldn't we keep children safe from obviously flawed products? The answer was surprising. First, it comes down to resources. It turned out that in 2005, the CPSC investigated less than 1% of the 360,000 reports it received from hospital emergency rooms. And to do an investigation and make definitive conclusions, even of this small fraction of reports, takes time. But even after an investigation found a problem, it turned out that the law required the manufacturer to sign off on the text of any press release announcing a safety warning. The manufacturer had to sign off. Manufacturers could even sue the CPSC to prevent the press release being issued in the first place. So as a result, parents were left in the dark for months and even years about known dangers. And there's no question in my mind that children died because of it. So in 2007, I proposed that we empower parents by creating a publicly searchable database of consumer product safety complaints to serve as an early warning system to parents. Databases like that existed at the Food and Drug Administration for drugs and medical devices. They existed at the Department of Transportation for cars and car seats. You could even find out which airline had the best record for safely transporting pets. But when it came to finding out which toys posed a choking hazard, or which consumer products had actually resulted in deaths, and serious injuries, well, forget it. Despite the congressional Republicans and toy industry's best efforts to prevent my database from becoming law, it is now possible to go to saferproducts.gov and find out whether anyone has reported injuries or deaths associated with a consumer product before you buy it. 50 years after Silent Spring, the world is a very different place. But the need to support quality science and research and get the results to the public remains as important as it was when Rachel Carson was writing. While the need remains, the budgets of government science agencies and the money that supports academic research are being cut. In March, the Office of Budget and Management estimated that the Republican House-passed Ryan budget would cut investments in science, medical research, space, and technology by more than $100 billion over the next decade. The number of new grants from NIH for promising research projects would shrink by more than 1,600 in 2014 and by over 16,000 in a decade. This would threaten research to fight Alzheimer's disease, cancer, and AIDS. The National Science Foundation would cut more than 11,000 grants over the next decade, eliminating support for more than 13,000 researchers, students, and teachers in 2014 alone. My staff's analysis shows that the Ryan budget would reduce funding for NOAA by nearly $725 million, impacting nearly 15,000 jobs and impairing NOAA's ability to predict weather and to ensure that oceans, fisheries, and the coastal communities that depend upon them are healthy. That is not the way to invest in our country's future or protect the health of our citizens and the planet. It's unilateral disarmament and the scientific arms race, with special interests, whether it's big oil or big pharma, fighting all the way. We do face fiscal challenges, but we can't afford to cut funding for science in order to continue sweetheart tax breaks for oil companies. Getting the science done is only part of the challenge. We also need to make it available. The internet is a prime example of government investment in a research that went into how the world is changing. It is now the ultimate public tool for innovation, education, and democratic participation. We have to keep it open. We have to keep it neutral. We have to ensure that the 47% can benefit from the internet, not just the 1%. We have to ensure that even those that cannot see can still navigate the information superhighway. I was proud to lead a bipartisan effort 2 years ago to overhaul the accessibility requirements for smartphones and cable boxes and broadcast television and online video and other technologies. 20 years ago, we mandated physical ramps into buildings. 2 years ago, we created online ramps to the internet so Americans who are deaf or blind can surf the web from wherever they happen to be on mobile devices. President Obama signed that historic legislation into law with me and Stevie Wonder standing over his shoulder. Availability does not equal, however, accessibility. Some government scientists have taken impressive steps in translating their work to the public. They must continue those efforts and more must join them. But they shouldn't carry that burden alone. Everyone listening shares it. Whether you are reporting on science, incorporating it into your advocacy efforts, or like me, using it to inform legislation and policies. We share a responsibility of helping the public to understand the latest science and its implications for their lives. Ultimately, anything that touches politics is political in some way. Science is no exception. So the most important challenge for those of you participating today is finding ways to make science politically relevant. Whether it is funding for scientific research or the existence of climate change, you must hold your elected officials accountable. Only when lawmakers know there are repercussions for abusing science rather than using it. Will things improve? Science can be a powerful tool for change when it is available and accessible to the public. Rachel Carson did that with Silent Spring 50 years ago. Bloggers across the country are doing it today on the internet. All of us here today must make sure that science is a tool available for the future. UCS is on the front lines of this and have been for a generation. And I thank all of you for your work in ensuring that this battle for truth, for science, is one that ultimately we will ensure is won. But it can only be won if we keep our energy levels high. And this election is really an election about science. It's about truth. And we need everyone's energy level high so that we win this historic struggle. Thank you all so much for inviting me here today.
Well, I think I share the sentiment of the room of that's a terrific close for our forum. A great message for all of us and for those online. I'd like to thank everyone for attending. Encourage you to come and find us on the web at ucsusa.org/science and democracy. The webcast of this forum will be available. The questions will be available. We'll make as much material as we can, but this is only the first in a series and the first major activity of the new Center for Science and Democracy. So I'd like to thank the First Amendment Center, all of you, and close out the forum there. Thank you.